seated. The first item on the order paper is a statement by the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform on land-related matters. Honorable Gugile Nkwinti.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I must start by apologizing. This morning I was advised that I should have been more specific. I apologize without reservations to the honorable members of the House, through you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I really do. I just thought that it is important for us to debate this because this matter of land is a very, very emotive issue. It's not so much the fact that there is I wanted to talk about what we have done, etc., because we've done some things we haven't done successfully. That we acknowledge up front. I thought that we should debate this because our Constitution is very clear about how we proceed with this very emotive issue. Because if you look at the preamble of our Constitution, it's very clear that it speaks to South Africans as a whole, irrespective of race, irrespective of their areas of places of origins, whether you're talking a district or a region or a locality in terms of the nation state of South Africa, or it's talking about the historical origins of people. Our Constitution is very clear on that. Because our Constitution, it talks about we, the people of South Africa, recognizing the injustices of our past. We know our past. It's not one that we could be proud of. We acknowledge that. However, we're going through a very difficult time. A difficult time because right now in our country, the last few weeks, we've seen situations of which we couldn't be proud as a country and a nation. Now, but that is not a reason for us to reverse, rather to go into reverse gear in terms of the progress that we're making in terms of building cordial, but of course there'll always be tension around that, cordial racial relationships in our country. Tensions will always be there because our past is very bad. And it's very bad not just in terms of racial relations in the nominal sense of the word, but in reality, insofar as it relates to the ownership of South Africa, the land in South Africa. It is not skewed. The ownership of land in South Africa is not skewed. It actually, the greater part of the land of our country still belongs to the minority of South Africans. And South Africans who are white by accident of history. And they should accept that land ownership in South Africa, the control of land in South Africa remains largely in the hands of white people. However, government has gone a long way towards addressing this question. Now, if you look at section 1 of the Constitution, it states that the Republic of South Africa is one sovereign domestic state founded on the following values. Firstly, human dignity, the achievement of equality and advancement of human rights and freedoms. Secondly, non-racialism and non-sexism, supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law, and universal adult suffrage, a national common voters' roll, regular elections. This is a question. I don't know if Parliament has got any provision in this regard, and Parliament should, I think, because if we talk about the supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law, and we say universal adult suffrage, a national common voters' roll, regular elections, and a multi-party system of democratic government to ensure accountability, responsiveness, and openness. The question that we have to face, particularly with regards to what has been the events of the last couple of weeks, let's take the response of the leader of the EFF in this regard that says South Africans should occupy all open land wherever they see it and find it. That is a big statement. Now, the question though is, insofar as the constitutional provision sitting here, these are political parties that have sworn to the Constitution. All of us sitting here. Political parties represented in this parliament ought to be guarded, in terms of what they say in public. Because lest they break the law knowingly. Because sometimes you break the law but without knowing that you're breaking the law. And somebody calls you to account, draws your attention to the fact. And when that happens, at least you say, I didn't know. But when you do so knowingly, what provisions has Parliament got to censor members of Parliament who do that? Deliberately and knowingly. For me, this is a question that Parliament ought to address so that honorable members become or remain honorable members. Honorable because they would have adhered to the provisions of the Constitution and the law of the country, and not knowingly break the law and the provisions of the Constitution of our country. For me, this is a question. This is why I thought, Honorable Chair, Deputy Speaker rather, that we need to address this matter so that Parliament can self-correct. Parliament should self-correct in this regard. It's not just an ANC matter. It is not. When we came here to Parliament, we all stood here, in a row here. It wasn't ANC or DA or EFF or UDM, etc. It was all those who aspired to be members of Parliament of the South African Republic. We all stood here. And we saw our allegiance to the Constitution of the country. So all of us, it is not a question of whether you are ANC or DA, all of us. This is the Constitution of the Republic. Therefore, if any one of us, as members of this House, exactly what you have been doing with regards to the African National Congress President and the President of the Republic of South Africa. The honorable members in the opposition were very correct to point out, to say, this is what the Constitutional Court judgment said about Parliament itself, about the President of the Republic of South Africa, insofar as honoring the provisions of the Constitution and actually protecting and defending the Constitution. This is exactly the same principle I'm rising on, Honorable Deputy Speaker. It's the same principle that even ourselves as members of Parliament, we are not absolved from this responsibility towards the Constitution and the law of our country. So in my view, Honorable Deputy Speaker, in my view, Parliament in this regard ought to self-correct. Let me move to some of the positive things. We have the National Development Plan. The National Development Plan introduces its overview with the following quotation from the Reconstruction and Development Program of 1994. It says, "No political democracy can survive and flourish if the mass of our people remain in poverty without land," which is critical. And this is the point. I think, except that the honorable members of the EFF are become emotional about this question and go overboard, but this is a key issue. Because this is a point which they're making, which is very important, is contained in the National Development Plan overview. It says, without land, without tangible prospects for a better life. And this is what the honorable members are saying, and they're correct. They are correct. The question is not whether or not they're correct, because they are correct. The question is how they want this question to be addressed in the context of the constitutional state that we are in South Africa. So we say we say hands off, really we take off our heads to the honorable members, but we're saying at the same time, honorable members, remain honorable. Despite the frustration that you're going through, remain honorable, because it is here. You are correct. Attacking poverty and deprivation must therefore be the first priority of a democratic government. Holding the government to account by the opposition is quite correct, because this is what the African National Congress has put before the nation and was adopted by the nation. The Reconstruction and Development Program. So this is it. And the National Development Plan, which again has been adopted by the nation, through the National Planning Commission and this Parliament. Then it says, therefore, it means, therefore, that together we must take collective responsibility to ensure that we all abide by the provisions of the Constitution and the framework within which we agreed to operate the National Development Plan. The NDP has now set the eradication of poverty, unemployment, and inequality as the determining criteria to assess all models for sustainability in any sector of the economy. For sustainable models of agriculture and rural development, the NDP has set an integrated and inclusive rural economy as the end goal for 2030 with immediate and medium-term objectives. The National Planning Commission, proposed a differentiated rural development strategy that focuses on the following: agricultural development based on successful land reform, employment creation. Now, successful land reform. This is a challenge again. Successful land reform may be quantitatively, regarded as simply transferring land from one group to the other. That's quantitative. That's fine. It's got to be done. However, it doesn't end there. There's the qualitative aspect of land reform. When land is transferred from one group to the other, there should be no collapse in the economy, so far as the contribution of agriculture to GDP in South Africa. So this is where actually the crux of the matter is. A lot of land has been transferred to people, and we're trying to the best of our ability to ensure that this land remains in production. However, sometimes if you take, for example, restitution, the land is gazetted. Some of the land that is outstanding still was gazetted 15 years ago. But because there are embedded claims to land sometimes and all of that, things are slow. Research is very, very slow. We admit to that. We admit to that. And therefore, what that means is that by the time the land is transferred, the land has stopped production a long time ago. We have to start afresh, etc. Institutions we've introduced, like CPAs, trusts, etc., not many of our communities are ready to understand and so on, implement those in a manner that will ensure that the land remains productive after takeover. There's this case now that's happening, Malamala, that's happening. It's a big problem. It's a big problem. It's a simple thing that land is given, a company is created, they own now Malamala as a community, plus these people, the Red Ray family, who are actually going out over the next couple of years, leaving those people to run that company. Obviously, we don't want it to die. We created that joint company with them. That joint company is working, but outside there, those people, those communities, every month, they draw 400,000 rents as a rental for the land that they own that's running that company. Every month. It creates this war that's going on there. Because now those who are running the Communal Property Association and the business, that is Malaman, from their side, those who are managing the resources that are coming with that success are fighting. That is a problem. And that's a problem that's happening everywhere. Very few areas, and that's where I think, I'm emphasizing this point, because I would like to see parliamentarians getting their hands dirty there, to assist people to understand how to utilize these institutions. It cannot be that we can simply, as representatives of our people, we can keep our hands clean and say, there you are. These are our people. Let's help them. We are appealing across the party political lines. Let's help them. It's good to draw our attentions to the weaknesses, but it's quite another thing to go out there, dirty your hands, help our people, so that whatever land they get, it's successfully used for production, so that it can transform the quality of their lives. That is what the National Development Plan says, and all of us are part of it, and we're happy with that. So I'm here, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to appeal to the honorable members not to use this challenge which the nation is facing today to ignite anger, emotion out there. Let us all work together, as our Constitution says that we owe our allegiance to. Work together as a nation to ensure that we assist our people in ensuring that when they get land, because they do have land, there is corruption out there. There are other things I would like to hear members of this House saying to me. This is where we have been, This is what if this has been happening. I must thank the honorable members of the DA have done this quite a number of times to say, this is it. We've attacked that. You know that 3 weeks ago, or just over 3 weeks ago, in KwaZulu-Natal, 26 farms have been brought back to the state, 1 Free State, 1 Eastern Cape, 1 Western Cape. So because we got, the honorable member says, this is a problem. The honorable members from on the right as well, the leadership of the ANC in caucus here, they've done the same thing, and thank you very much, thank you very much. I would like to see, thank you very much for raising the matter, honorable members of the EFF, sharply as you did, but thank you very much. But let's get together to work in terms of the constitution of the country so that we don't heat up the emotions out there. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Honorable Waters. Walters.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We welcome the remarks of the Minister in regards to the rule of law and that it should apply to everyone in South Africa equally. That's one of the reasons we had a couple of debates regarding the President and the rule of law in this House, and I believe that your comment certainly calls for consistency, and we welcome that. But while we note the remarks of the Honourable Minister, we look forward to his department also focusing on the real work of land reform that is not being done in turning a corner or turning words into actions. As virtually everyone in this House agree, concentration of ownership in the hands of a few rather than many, owning a stake in the assets of an economy, leads to unfair limitation of opportunities for advancement of especially the poor in South Africa and also elsewhere in the world. It limits the opportunity for the poor to find a meaningful and proud role in the economy. It entrenches the mindset of despair, and it closes an opportunity to access jobs, education, and a better future. It causes anger and resentment, leading to illegal behavior. It creates the politics of class and race and gets expressed in extreme cases, in our context, in illegal land invasions, violence, and it destroys hope. This department plays a fundamental role in providing a vehicle to change exactly this very dynamic, and treat what is a historical problem as an opportunity for the future of all South Africans. Surely all of us in South Africa will flourish and prosper together if all of South Africa has a foothold in our economy that allows our talents, ideas, and energy to translate into prosperity and security for all of us. The Democratic Alliance over the years has, however, learned to take statements emanating from this department and the ANC government in general with more than a spoonful of salt. We've heard about the NDP, we've rediscovered the RDP. The fact is, these are empty gestures unless the real work gets done. This government, since 1994, has spent more than 80 billion in pursuit of a target of having 30% of commercial land transferred to black ownership. This should be seen against an estimated value of commercial agricultural land of 1.92 billion. More broadly, billions and billions were lost each year by the ANC government that could have been spent on land reform, in wasteful expenditure, fiscal dumping without meeting targets, and of course the ANC's perennial bed partner, corruption. Just recent examples include the continuous SIA bailouts, infrastructure budget overruns like Medupi, and then in broad terms, just a drop in the ocean really, the symbol of corruption in South Africa, Nkandla. Some of us, of course, call Nkandla the only successful act of land reform under the ANC. A cynical joke showing the contrast between ANC propaganda and that it really values a few people, a few connected few. Money itself, therefore, was never the problem. The will to actually succeed and the determination to deliver were the missing ingredients. Given the fact that up to 6% of commercial land ends up on the land market every year, it is clear that if the available finances were used effectively, we would have had a transformed and growing agricultural sector, delivering jobs in both this sector as well as the secondary and tertiary sectors of the economy. In fact, if this outgoing government was serious about jobs, it would have recognized that agriculture, and by extension land reform, is one of the sectors with the highest ratios of job creation in relation to economic growth, a key tenet of a developmental economy. Rather than using the opportunity land reform represents to create a fair society, the ANC government has the following track record in delivering land reform. Firstly, only around 7% of commercial land acquired. Despite the financial resources, only 7% was required. The government blames the willing buyer, willing seller principle, But the truth is that the acquisition is so mismanaged that it often takes years to process sales. If this department was an estate agent, it would have been out of business and reported for unethical practices long ago. Comrades and cronies' properties are still in business. No wonder sellers drive up prices to cover their running costs while they wait forever for the ANC. It is more a case of waiting seller, waiting buyer, and a sleeping ANC. Secondly, a massive failure rate of creating successful farming ventures exists. In 2011, this government had a 90% failure rate in its land reform ventures. This is the government's own figures, not the DA's figures. It improved in this regard to what the ANC is actually proud of, a 73% failure rate when recap funding was used to support the failing projects. Of course, not inherently dealing with the problem, but simply throwing money at what were essentially becoming state-supported farms. Thirdly, the ANC did nothing to ensure title deeds, or at least proper long-term tenure secured for occupants of state or communal land. There was a march recently. People living in communal land areas belonging to CPAs want title deed. The DA wants them to have title deed. This prevents the rural poor from accessing opportunities in the marketplace and making these desperately poor, forgotten areas prosper and attractive investment. It thus demonstrates that it prefers to keep the poor from owning property, stealing their futures, and in an act of hypocrisy that sustained colonial and apartheid practices in the past by keeping the poor dependent on government and using poverty and state largesse as mechanism to maintain a voting bloc for itself, it continues to do this. It continues to with the practices of the past. The DA has seen grand gestures and posturing before. We have heard other grand policy announcements and gestures from the minister and his department. The problem with ANC policies are that they're really aimed at fooling voters. We have seen are not being fooled anymore. Our committee has to date only seen the Esther Amendment Bill of all the grand statements and gestures of this department since 2014. We are pretty sure a rush of more ill-conceived legislation will hit the committee towards the 2019 election, coming from an ANC desperate to conceal its consistent failure. A prime example of this is how the Constitutional Court ruled the Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Act when it clearly caught the ANC trying to pull a dirty, when it rushed through legislation to distract voters from the truth in 2014. These are the facts. Madam Speaker, if we want land reform to work, we must look at best practice. The DA in the Western Cape has demonstrated an up to 80% success rate with its land reform projects. It spends more on services to the poor than any other province. The DA believes that land reform is a serious priority, and the fact that it's not being dealt with is causing all these problems, and we do not have the time for more empty gestures. We challenge, and this is a genuine offer to the minister. We offer our support in the Western Cape in land reform. We take it seriously. We want to lead by example, and we challenge the government to follow suit.
Honorable Sopo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, unfortunately, you are not going to be bound by the reactionary component of the Constitution. This is our land. And as we are honoring our Commandant Fidel Castro, the President of Cuba, we are still saying to him, we are still going to continue with the spear of fighting for black people in this country. As the EFF Cardinal Pillar 1 says, we must expropriate land without competition. And then, Minister, let me just remind you that when the ANC first came into power in 1994, they promised to distribute 30% of the land back to black people by 1999 through a market-led land reform program. By 1999, the achievement of their land reform program was so negligible that Ms. Togo Didiza, our House Chair here, when she came in as a Minister of Land Affairs, even put a moratorium on their land distribution program until they figure out what to do, because there was no clear direction as ANC when you took over power. The 30% target was shifted so many times that no one today speaks of it, and only 9% of the land has been transferred back to black people after 22 years of democracy, Minister. What needs to ask ourselves, Minister, right now is this primary. Why do we need land reform in South Africa? Is it only a matter of equity in land holding? Is it only a matter of restructuring our agrarian economy to make our agriculture vibrant or dynamic? Or is it a matter of justice for past wrongs? If, as we argue as the FF, the land question in South Africa is primarily a matter of justice, and all these factors, important as they may be, are only secondary, then we need to ask ourselves, why has the liberation movement not moved to redress historical injustice? The land reform program since 1994 has been fraught with difficulties since its inception. The pace of land reform has been frustratingly slow, and this is attributable to the government willings buyer and willings principal and willing seller, which has been criticized heavily by many, including the ANC itself. At the center of the present crisis with the land question in South Africa is the property clause in the Constitution, which protects private property rights, even against the constitutional commitment to land reform. We cannot therefore seek to redress past injustice by asking victims of dispossession to pay for land that was illegally acquired in the first instance, Minister. We argue that the constitutional provision to compensate for expropriation is inimical to the country's commitment to land reform and historical redress. The land question is directly linked to the national question, which is about overcoming the colonial tribal divisions, apartheid, artificial identity, and to this white supremacy. The resolution of the national question is basically about creating new society based on values of equality and democracy for all. The first and fundamental process toward decolonizing South Africa land ownership is the return of land through the principle of land expropriation without compensation. The land belongs to the people as a whole and must be returned to the people as such. This principle goes beyond the limitation of the willing buyer, willing seller, and also resolve the colonial idiom over land ownership and control once and for all. Any resolution of the land question that does not conform to this logic is
Honourable
bound
Member,
to prolong
your time is
colonial.
expired.
Okay. It is for this
Honourable
reason that the EFF, we call to all South Africans to go
Honourable
and
Member, your
occupy
time has
any
expired.
lands that they see. Thank you.
Honourable Member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Minister siyaxolela njoba ucela uxola siyaxolela Minister ayikho. I want to say, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that to restore the land is to restore the dignity of our people. And therefore, these calls for the occupation of land are a play on the emotion and the desperation of our people. What should be worrying us is that people are actually responding. And that should tell us that the problem is actually quite big. People actually want the land. They need the land, but most importantly, they deserve the land to be given back to them by a democratically elected government. Land ownership is one of the most contentious issues in South Africa because it pits black claimants against white farmers, land owners against tenants, successful claimants and traditional institutions of government against government, and homeless people against municipalities. It's a whole ripple effect of things, but the issue is to condemn on one hand is good, but let us go to the root cause. A legitimate expectation was set into motion in 1994. We were given the rights to vote, and therefore what followed was that people must be given what is due to them. What is due to them is the land. So to postpone on this question, to postpone on this important national duty is a dereliction of duty on the part of government. It's a dereliction of duty on the part of those that have been entrusted with this responsibility. Surely there can be no meaningful development in the absence of land ownership. And whilst there's a heavy focus on private land to be redistributed, it begs the question, what is happening to the state-owned land? Why is that land at the very least not the basis upon which the land is being redistributed? Honorable Deputy Speaker, the IFP is also concerned at the fact that A lot of money is being pumped into land redistribution, but people are not taking the land. They take the money, but not taking the land. So on its own, this is now becoming a money-making scheme. This is not about the money, but about the dignity of our people who for many, many years, centuries on end, were oppressed. And to now make that an issue for sale on its own is a problem. So let us actually answer these critical questions, whether the model we are applying is responding to the needs of our people. But we must guard against being reckless and irresponsible, because this could potentially lead to violence, social unrest, and the loss of life, and we cannot possibly afford to go back to that. So what does this mean? Let us go back to the basics and do the things that are expected of us. Let us expropriate the land, and where compensation is due, let us do that. But we cannot postpone on this question any longer. It's been 22 years. The desperation of our people speaks volumes about what needs to happen. A failure to do so is an indictment on the liberation movement to fail
Honourable
to deliver
Member,
on the
your time
core
has
question
expired.
of the liberty of our people,
Honourable
and that is
Sheikh.
the land which they need. I thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Sheikh.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members of this House. Allow me to acknowledge on behalf of the National Freedom Party that much has been done in respect of land redistribution. However, Honourable Minister, the question that must be asked is not what has been done, but rather how much must be done in order to address the serious challenges our people face 22 years into democracy. Honourable Minister, what is very clear that the majority of the land and wealth is still in the hands of a few privileged. Honourable Minister, these privileged few oppressed the poorest of the poor for hundreds of years, forcefully removed them, stolen the land, and yet 22 years later, these privileged few continue to enjoy the fruits of their oppression. Honourable Minister, let me cite just one example. The Amandebele Moletlane tribe of Hamanskral and surrounding areas. Understand? It's 100 years ago today that this tribe purchased some of this land lawfully from the white colonialists. And yet today, ownership still eludes them, Honourable Minister. The Moulton Report 38 of 1995 and the Special Dynamics Research and Recommendation in 2013 both recommended the transfer of the 7 trust herbal tribal farms, but to date this has not been done. Ownership of these trust-held farms ought to have been transferred immediately on acceptance of the report, but government neglects, fails, and or deliberately either refuses or delays the implementation thereof. The trustees wrongfully and unlawfully divided, rezoned, and alienated portions of 3 previously purchased lands. Honourable Minister, over 2 million people are affected by this, as repeated attempts to address this with several departments, including ministers and the President, but these continue to be deprived of the lawful possession and right of what is rightfully theirs. Honourable Minister, we can talk about what we did and where. The question is what is different about these people. These are our South African brothers and sisters that also suffered under the oppression of apartheid, having their rights violated, having their land stolen, dehumanized, and one would expect that the new democratic dispensation will correct the abuse and suffering that our people endured for centuries under this colonialist and imperialist apartheid regime. Now, Honourable Minister, the question is, when will government take our people seriously and return to them what is lawfully theirs? The time to talk ended 10 years ago, Honourable Minister, and it was time for action. So we urge you to address this matter with extreme urgency and compassion and return to people, especially the Amandebele Moletlane tribe, without any further delay. Should this not be done, Honourable Minister, it appears that a legal matter is pending. Should this happen, it means hundreds of millions of rands will have to be spent. Honourable Minister, the National Freedom Party urges the department to address the needs of these people and ensure that land that has been taken is redistributed without any further delay. I thank
Member,
you.
your term has expired. Honourable Plenary.
The big cry out there, Honourable Minister, is we want what is rightfully ours. Can you hear that? If you can, what's your response? Well, I do understand that you're operating in a very, very difficult environment in the sense that the ANC government has got no collective political will to get our land back. That is the environment. So I pity you. I would never take your post even if I were to be offered one. Because of the environment in which you're operating, you need to speak to your colleagues and make sure that collectively you make sure that we get our land back. That is the loud cry out there. The land ownership still being a problem. There's Section 25(5) of the Constitution. That's the route to go. We will support you all the way if you go that route. Currently, there is hardly any secure tenureship by any people, by the majority of people in South Africa. Even the ESTA bill that is on the table now is not going to go anywhere near ownership of the land. Yes, they can be there. Do you mean that, Minister, under stewardship, we must tolerate a situation where 3 million people who work on the farms are permanent lessees of the land with not even written lease agreements? That is definitely not secure, Minister. Something drastic needs to be done. And now, economic development for these people is seriously hampered. They can't move. And so are so many who are not even on farms under your stewardship. Perpetual poverty is increasing by the second. Today, over 5 million people who are landless will go to bed with hardly a bread, a slice of bread on their tables under your stewardship, and there's land. Limited space for livelihood is the order of the day. People have got very little land on which to make sure that they can make food for themselves as well as for their family under stewardship, Honorable Minister. Land management is still a problem. We do understand in the committee that those CPIs continue to be problematic, and we take our hat off to you when you admit that, on this kind of platform. But we're saying you have got a civil service that you should make sure that they correct this. But unfortunately, so many of them are so corrupt. You know that. UDM's suggested solution to the problem is simple. Government of the day must take the necessary steps to make sure that as much land is returned to the people as soon as possible. It is as simple as all that. When that is done, people will then decide what to do. But again, going back to the issue of poor land management, if already 11,000 hectares have been sold back to whom I cannot guess by the CPAs themselves, that means that the sense of ownership has not been inculcated in the people's minds. That may not necessarily be your fault. It is every politician's call to do that. I would readily admit as a member of the UTM, but this is the route that the ruling party, the majority party, should be taking to make sure that we get a fair share of what is God-given to us. We thank you for the opportunity. Bye.
Honorable Groenewald.
Agbare adjunkspeaker, ek is moeg daarvoor om elke keer hier in die parlement te moet hoor dat die grond is gesteel. U moet asseblief nou begin wakker word en besef dat Suid-Afrika is 'n grondwetlike demokrasie. Niemand het grond gesteel nie. Die wettige grondeienaars in Suid-Afrika het betaal daarvoor, hulle het gewerk daarvoor. En u moet asseblief wegkom van hierdie mite om te dink as jy grond het, dan is jy ryk. As jy grond het, dan moet jy werk as jy wil ryk word. En ek is nie so seker of almal wat so graag grond wil hê, so graag sal wil hard werk op daardie grond nie. En dan wil ek vir die agbare minister sê, minister, ek is verbaas dat u met hierdie voorstel kom vandag. Want u begin kyk of u nou die EFF kan uitmanoeuvre in terme van retoriek. U is reg as u sê, u kan nie verstaan dat 'n parlement kan toelaat dat van sy lede eintlik haatspraak bedryf en dan gebeur niks met hulle nie. Maar laat ek vir die agbare minister inlig. Ek is in die proses om 'n klag teen meneer Malema te lê by die etiekkomitee. Want jy kan nie hoogheilig hier kom staan en sê jy onderneem om die wette van die land te onderhou, maar dan moedig jy mense aan om grond te gaan gryp en net eenvoudig te gaan beset nie. Ek wil vandag vir u sê, die EFF moet ook verstaan dat jy kan nie loop en vierhoutjie.
Please take your seat. Honorable Groenewald, please take your seat. Yes, Honorable
I rise on point of order.
Yes.
The honorable minister speaks, the honorable member speaks as if he can prove, he can show us the proof of the receipt
Honorable
upon
member.
which the land was bought.
Honorable member, that's
Can
not
he-
a point
can
of
he-
order. That's a political
Can he
observation. Please
prove,
take your seat.
can he present
No.
proof of evidence
Take your
for the
seat.
land
That's
that he
not a
claims
point
is
of
his?
order. Honorable member,
For
that's not a
failure
point
to
of order.
prove such a
Honorable member,
proof.
I'm switching off your mic now. Take your seat. Go ahead, honorable member.
Agbare, Adjunct Speaker, I say to the honourable member, if you want to see the receipt, you just go to the title deeds office, you will get everything there. If you don't know where it is, I can show you where it is. Don't ask stupid questions. Wat ek vir u wil sê, agbare Adjunct Speaker, die grondkwessie is besig om 'n rassistiese kwessie in Suid-Afrika te word. En die EFF moet verstaan.
Order.
Honorable member, please take your seat. Yes, honorable member.
This person is saying the question is stupid. Who the hell is he to say a question is stupid? We have a right to answer a question. He can't refer our question as a stupid question.
Honorable
Order.
Honorable, please proceed. Honorable.
Dankie, Agbare. It's my constitutional right to
Deputy
determine whether
Speaker.
it's an intelligent question or a
Deputy Speaker,
stupid question.
On point of order. Deputy Speaker, on a point of order. Are you saying it's permissible in terms of the rules of this parliament for this guy to say this is a stupid question to a member? Should we use that language when we take the platform as well?
Honorable,
That permissible because you have not ruled on it.
yes,
If you are
honorable
ruling on
member.
it, you must instruct him to withdraw. There's nothing wrong with those who rightfully own the land asking him about the land.
Honorable
But he
member.
must not refer
Honorable
to the
member.
You can't steal people's land and then later on say they're asking stupid questions.
Honorable-
What kind of sense is that?
Honorable member.
So please give a ruling so that we know as well when you take over the platform that people are speaking stupid things. If that is the language you want us to use, allow us to do so.
Honorable member, don't refer to members as this guy. So that's unparliamentary, that's wrong. So you must correct it because I am going to rule on these matters and you shouldn't take advantage of that. Correct your
This manier.
Point of order, Chair.
Thank you,
Proceed, honorable member.
Honourable
Point of
Deputy.
order, Chair.
Can I continue?
No.
Honorable Groenewald, please proceed.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's common sense that it's a stupid
Point of
question.
order.
It's as simple as that. And I will not withdraw.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
But we have
I
raised
was
the
up
point of
first.
order on, give a ruling on, what is your ruling on him saying it's a stupid question? If you agree with him, say it so. If you want to take a decision later, say so. Don't stop and not do anything. It's not allowed in terms of that seat you're occupying there.
Honorable Shwabon, take your seat. Yes, yes, Honorable Filgani.
There is an instrument called transferred epithet. That's what the speaker is using when he says stupid question. In terms of that instrument, when you say, stupid question, you're transferring the meaning to the person you're referring to. It's an English instrument.
No, no. Please take your seat for a moment. Yes, Honorable Minister. What the hell is this?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes.
Chairperson, sometimes I think you two are not helping the situation. Because one, I think you should have said to Honorable Groenewald, he should withdraw the statement. And I think he should, just hold on, Tula.
Honorable Minister, please
Chair-
address the chair.
Anyway, Chair, the point is, sometimes when we use some of these terms, right, they tend to bring certain connotations with it. And my view is that precisely because we are dealing with a very sensitive issue, very sensitive, we're talking about a land issue, I think that you should try as much as is possible to guide the conversation in a very guided manner, so that you avoid a situation where the honorable member then makes that kind of statement. So I'm just saying, and please, Honorable Chair, I know it's not a point of order, but I think for the decorum of the House, it is a point of order. And Honorable Kola Banat is never short of things to say.
Honorable
She would be the happiest
Minister.
person to
Honorable
see a
Minister.
scourge of racism in this house.
Honorable-
She would be very happy because she can't get out of it.
Deputy
No,
Speaker.
stuck
Honorable
in it.
Minister, don't draw in members
Deputy
who have not
Speaker.
spoken in the House. I think it's incorrect. Yes.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker, we know from past rulings, and the Honourable Minister is not a new member of this House, so she would know that it is never permissible to cast aspersions that a member of this House is racist. And so in making her point of order, she's now made herself out of order, and I'd ask that she withdraws.
Yes. Honorable members,
Chairperson? Chair. Actually, for the record, Chair, I did not say Honorable Kola is a racist, but she does have tendencies of promoting
no,
racism.
Honorable Minister, help us in the spirit of what you are saying.
In the spirit
alone.
of what I was saying, Chair, you are right. With due respect, I withdraw.
Thank
but
you.
Honorable
No,
Kola,
unconditionally. Let me proceed. Take your seat.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable members,
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable member, you can't rise and speak, man, before I ask you to do so. Why are you rising on now?
Deputy Speaker, because a withdrawal has to be conditional, but it's made worse, and I direct you to the rule around unparliamentary gestures in this House. As the Minister sat down, she pointed to the Honourable Kola Barnard and made a fist like this, like she was going to strike her. That is it's unparliamentary, and she must be asked to withdraw the gesture.
No.
Yes.
No. Honorable members, can we allow the House to proceed well? Part of the reason for doing that, honorable members, you are interrupting me, and you shouldn't be doing that. I'm talking to you now. Can you take your seat, Honorable Steenhuisen? I'm talking. Honorable member, I told you yesterday that you must stop screaming at the House, at anybody in the House here. That screaming is rude and out of order. And I'm saying this today once more. And you do it habitually. It's inappropriate. It is, honorable member, I told you that, yes, and you are repeating it, and it's out of order. Honorable members, here's what I said earlier on, and I want to say it now. Honorable members, the language you use in the House inflames and creates disorder in the House. The language you use, all of you. And therefore, it is inappropriate for you to call. Honorable members, I'm addressing you, Honorable Mkwakwa, take your seat. You are interrupting me. And it is for the chair to rule immediately or defer that ruling. It is for the chair to rule immediately or defer that ruling. Precisely because of the nature of the debate that we are having, that we would like to bring order here. So that we do not, firstly, restrict political comment, but we prevent obscene language that is used and disguised in various forms. It is precisely for that reason that I want to make a ruling on this matter in a considered fashion. It is inappropriate for you to impose immediate rulings which they can have consequences that are inappropriate in the first place. So that's the reasoning why I'm saying that. I am going to rule on this thing now, here, today, and so that we do not move into this thing. Yeah. Honorable members, reference to a question as stupid is not unparliamentary. Okay. And honorable members, that's my considered view, that a question referred to as stupid is not a reference to a person, it's a reference to a question. And in my opinion, it is not unparliamentary. I am saying so on the grounds that if we proceed to prevent people from speaking in a manner that does not create, others refer to it as free speech and so on. Let's not gravitate towards disorder by using language that is inappropriate. If you choose that language, it might not be, but we advise you not to do it because it inflames. So that's my view about the question being described in the manner that it is and so on. Yeah, all right. Yes, Honorable...
Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Can you please instruct this white racist?
No. Honorable
Withdraw
member.
the statement he has made, or else I will disrupt your proceedings. And you know why you will be hesitant to rule on him? Because you grew up in the era when Groenewald was a boss to you, was a boss to you. And South Africa in this parliament is not a flag plus of Groenewald.
All right.
And you
Honorable
think
member.
that is a flag plus. We're prepared to show him that this is not flag plus.
All right,
You must
honorable
rule
member.
on him,
Honorable member.
and that you must withdraw.
Honorable member, I ask you not only to withdraw, but to also leave the chamber. Your remarks are out of order. Honorable member, the language you have used is not only offensive,
On a point of
and you
order,
can't do that. Do we withdraw that, honorable member?
on a point of order, Deputy Speaker, the procedure which you want to apply on a member is not consistent with the rules.
Honorable member,
If you think that a member has made a mistake or something that is wrong, you
I
ask
have-
him to withdraw.
Honorable
and
member.
then you must call the person who deals with security here to come to him. There's a process.
Honorable
before you
member.
take a person out of the house.
Honorable
but you
member,
can't just
please
out
take
of
it.
nowhere
Honorable
and
member.
arbitrarily just remove a member of parliament
Honorable
from a
member.
sitting. It's not allowed.
Okay.
However emotional you feel about an issue, it is not as per the rules to evict a member of parliament without due process. Rule 53 deals with that. We dealt with that question on many occasions, and you're not following the rules.
Honorable member.
So it's inappropriate of you to handle the manner, the issue in the manner in which you're handling it now. You can't just evict people.
Take
This
your
is not
seat,
your
honorable
house,
member. You are
the
making a
parliament
political statement.
With rules.
Let me rule on that. Let me read you the rules so that you.
Yes.
Honorable members, if the presiding officer is of the opinion that a member is deliberately contravening a provision of these rules, or that a member is disregarding authority of the chair, or that member's conduct is grossly disorderly, she may be ordered the member to leave the chamber immediately for the remainder of the day's ruling. That's the ruling. Honorable member, withdraw your statement and leave. If you don't want to withdraw that, honorable member, I'll ask the Sergeant at Arms to escort you out of the house.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker,
I'm listening to
can I
honorable
bring
member.
you to the process that is outlined in Rule 73? Actually, in terms
Honorable
of how
member.
members must be removed from the chamber. Can you please read Rule 73 and understand the process properly?
Honorable member.
Instead of shortcutting this issue in the manner
Honorable
which you have
member.
done now.
Can you allow us to proceed with the House
Yeah,
appropriately?
but can we read you Rule 73? I'm raising legitimately in terms of Rule 73.
Honorable member, no point of order may be raised in response to a considered ruling in terms of sub-rule 5.
But can we look into Rule 73? I'm not raising a point of order. Point of order is
Honorable
Rule
member, what
92.
are you doing?
I'm raising a point in terms of
Yes.
Rule 73. Point of order is Rule 92.
No point of order may be raised in response to a considered
But I'm not
ruling
raising a point
sub-rule
of
5.
order.
Honorable member, you are raising a point of order and you want me to refer to that. You can't, how do you
But I'm
speak?
raising in terms of Rule 73 that this is the procedure that you have to follow before you evict a member from the house.
Honorable
You have to
member,
reconsider your decision. You must follow a proper process before you say our member must leave the house, because there are issues that must be debated in the house, and a member legitimately must come and debate here.
Honorable member,
Why
take your
do you
seat.
say he must leave the house for what particular purpose?
Honorable member, I have told you and I cited a rule that enables me to do that. It's explicit. It's explicit. Honorable member, do that.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Matias, I requested you to leave,
Deputy
to
Speaker.
withdraw or leave, and you are doing neither of the two. Honorable member, I will not take your point of
No,
order.
you are saying two things. Which one must he do?
He must
to
with-
withdraw
he-
or what?
He must withdraw because what he said is unparliamentary, and secondly, because he did it knowingly, he must leave after that withdrawal.
But what the member on the podium said is equally unparliamentary. The person who made the statement,
Honorable member, you may not
the
challenge
person who
a
asked the
ruling.
question is Member Matthias. And he cannot say it's a stupid question. It did not fall from the sky.
Honorable
He
member.
is transferring it to him.
Honorable
he says
member.
it's stupid. No, we cannot allow people to call others stupid and you do not ask them to leave the house.
The member has
He
been-
must leave the house himself.
Honorable member-
You must
honorable
start with
member-
that man that's sitting there to leave the house.
You are out of order. Take your
No,
seat.
I'm
honorable
not
member.
out. Do not be scared of white people.
Honorable member,
Don't
you are
be.
proceeding. You are
scared of white
Honorable
people.
member, you are yourself being out of order and violating rules of inoffensive language. And you yourself must withdraw that, honorable member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable members, I have...
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable member, I have a member who I want to take responsibility
But Honorable
for action.
Deputy Speaker, you are out of order yourself. Can you give me a chance?
Honorable member.
No,
you
just
may-
wait.
You may
Can you give
speak.
me a chance, or Deputy Speaker, you are out of your order yourself.
You will be recognized.
Please
You will not impose your recognition. Take your seat, honorable
Yeah.
member.
But recognize me, Deputy Speaker.
Take your seat. I will recognize you. I will recognize you. Take
All
your
right.
seat.
Thank you.
Honorable Matthias, do as I requested you to do. Sergeant at Arms, I requested.
Deputy Speaker,
Where is he? Yes, honorable member.
the burden of you having grown in an era where
Honorable
Grunewald
member.
was a boss, don't transfer it on me.
Honorable member, leave
I'm
the
telling
house.
the truth. I will continue to speak truth to power.
Honorable member, I'm going to
It is
switch
not
off your mic.
Grunewald's place
You
to
shouldn't
tell
be
me that
doing what you are
what I
doing.
say
I'm
is
going
stupid.
to switch off your mic.
Don't
And I
transfer
told you
that
to
burden
go.
on me.
Honorable member, I requested you to leave the house. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the member out of the house. Help him out of the house.
Deputy Speaker.
Order, order, honorable members, order.
Deputy Speaker.
Order. Honorable member, please take your seat. Honorable Mente, the remarks you made were out of order, unparliamentary, and I request you to withdraw them.
What do you want me? Your mic is off.
Honorable member, withdraw your remarks.
What do you want me to withdraw, Deputy Speaker?
Honorable member, your remarks earlier on address pointing out at the member and describing him the way you did it is unparliamentary.
What?
So I ask
What is
you.
it?
You
That
know what you said.
He refers to us that was stupid.
Honorable
Must
member.
I withdraw that? He refers to us as stupid.
Honorable
I'm not
member.
going to withdraw
no,
that. I'm
no.
not stupid.
Oh, no, honorable member. Honorable member. Honorable member, withdraw the language you used to describe the member.
What did I say? Him referring to us as stupid people. And him being privileged and left in the house. So I withdraw whatever. But we are not stupid.
Honorable member, you must withdraw unconditionally. Honorable member, you must withdraw unconditionally.
Pity that you cannot tell other people to withdraw.
Honorable Tlengwa.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I don't mean to delay the proceedings. I rise in terms of Rule 92.5 on the ruling that you made earlier on with respect to the question of stupid people. I would request that you go back to your ruling and consider it, because you have made a generalization that all of us in this house use inflammatory language in your ruling. I would request that you go back to Hansard and apply that ruling to the persons which it is attributed to, not to all of us, because I personally take exception to the fact that I will be attributed to inflammatory statements in this house. So I humbly request that you consider your ruling and present it afresh so you...
That is unparliamentary. It's unparliamentary, and it is not within the terms. Now, if you're going to make members of the opposition withdraw things that are unparliamentary, I would ask that the same rules apply to the members of the executive, and she must be asked to apologize for making a fist and threatening the Honorable Kola Barney.
Honorable member, wait a minute. Please take your seat. Let me deal with this matter. Honorable Minister, did you make that gesture? If you did, please withdraw it.
Chairperson, I withdrew and I said, Amandla.
Exactly. Honorable Minister, you must make your withdrawals unconditional, please. You mustn't make that.
Oh, there's no point of order.
Withdrawn, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Tlowama, I promise to give you an opportunity to speak.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I
Yes,
just
sir.
wanted to make sure that I remind you that your rulings should not be ambiguous.
Yes.
And then at the same time, Deputy Speaker, I still believe that your ruling shouldn't be your opinions. Ruling must be a ruling. And then what you ruled about stupidity, I still think you were wrong. A stupid question comes from a person. It's not an independent. It comes from a person. I think Mr. Groenewald should withdraw that. I still believe that, Deputy Speaker.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, honorable member.
Chairperson, Deputy Speaker, according to Rule 92.11, your rulings are final. Your rulings cannot be challenged in the House. If the member has got a problem, he knows the structure where he has to take his query. Please, can you be consistent on that? You cannot be made to admit things, to change your rulings here in the House. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Members, let's proceed and
Speaker.
Let's proceed. Honorable
No, we
Kwankwa.
can't proceed.
Honorable
I-
Kwankwa, yes?
No, Tata.
Go ahead, I'm saying so.
Oh, please.
Honorable
I'm
Groenewald, please take your seat here.
Dankie, agbare Speaker.
Take your seat.
Again,
Honorable
Speaker.
Groenewald, I was saying, please hold on a little bit. Hold on. Honorable
I'm looking.
members, stop screaming at members. Go ahead.
I rise in terms of Rule 84, unparliamentary or unacceptable language or gestures, Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Now, in essence, if we say, for an example, if you read, it says no member may use offensive, abusive, insulting, and disrespectful language, right? Now, if you're saying stupid is parliamentary, then it means it's respectful to use the word stupid, whether you're referring to a question or an individual, right? And that is wrong. We can't say that. It's disrespectful to say stupid, whether you're referring to
Honorable
a question.
member.
No.
Honorable
Can
member.
I conclude
There's
my
a
point?
ruling.
No.
There's a rule that was sent to you. There's a rule that was read to you just earlier on.
I'm also reading you a rule.
This is the problem. This is exactly what that rule points out that you can't do here. Challenge this ruling, and you know where to go to.
No, remember you made a ruling. I stood up long before you made your
No,
ruling.
honorable
But you did
member.
not No,
Honorable member.
Nansi ke lento isiqabansayo.
Yeah, asixabaneke.
No, I stood up before when the ruling.
Asixabaneke
Now you
ngoba.
only recognize me now.
Honorable member.
Now is that my problem?
I have recognized you, and
Yes.
I'm pointing out to you
But I
that
wanted to assist you before you made your ruling.
No, honorable member. Honorable member, the damage is done if that's what you thought you are going to prevent, if that was damage.
Yeah.
And secondly, there is a route that you can follow in the rules. Can you apply that?
Indeed, I stood up
on a
before
point
you
of
made
order.
the ruling. But as usual, you did not recognize me when I stood up at the time. You recognized people who raised their hands long after I'd actually asked to be recognized.
On a
Now
point
I'm
of order,
rising.
Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker,
Yes, Honourable.
can we stop delaying the proceedings with stupid points of order?
No, honorable member, please,
Yes.
let's proceed.
Wow. Angeke utsho ukuthi. There are no stupid points of orders here.
Honorable-
We're trying to correct
honorable-
that.
honorable
And you say
speaker.
we're raising stupid points of order? Ach nee man, weg is wij. Rustig.
Take your seat, honorable member. Proceed, honorable member.
Dankie agbare young speaker, dit lyk my die kat is in die hoenderhok. Goed, kom ek net vir u sê, agbare speaker. Hierdie is nou 'n tipiese voorbeeld. As die EFF na buite vir mense kan sê, maar wit mense het die grond gesteel, dan moet daar nie sensitiwiteit wees nie. Maar nou is hulle oorsensitief. Ek het mos net gesê, want ek kan, kom ek sê maar vir hulle, ek en professors wat ook dom vrae vra. Dit is die werklikheid. En ek wil vandag vir u sê, as ons die grondkwessie in Suid-Afrika wil aanspreek, moet ons ophou om emosies op te jaag, om te sê mense het die grond gesteel. Ons weet dit mos nie waar nie. En u gaan dit nie reg kry om grondeienaars van hulle grond af te dwing nie. U gooi brandende vuurhoutjies in die gras en dit gaan brand. En moenie Suid-Afrika aan die brand steek en ek wil vir die EFF waarsku. Hou op met u retoriek.
Honorable member, your time has expired.
Deputy Speaker,
Honorable Misha.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
I want to raise, in terms of Rule 31, on the point of privilege. It provides under 2B that a member can provide, the privilege can provide a member with an opportunity during the sitting to move an urgent motion without notice in terms of Rule 1231 and 127. So I want to move an urgent motion that we must take all the foolish and stupid things that were said here by Mr. Groval and expunge them. They must not be put here and considered as part of what has been said, because everything else he said was stupid, was foolish, was idiotic, was showing prosperity, was preposterousness.
Okay.
It was the most stupid things that has ever been said in this parliament and must never be considered by this particular house.
Honorable members, there's a motion. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The motion is therefore...
We call for division.
No. Yes, yes. Honorable member, a division have been called. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
For what?
Yeah, Honorable members, let's settle down. Honorable members, this reference to the question of privilege gives us an opportunity to correct a mistake. And the mistake is as follows. And let me, because this must not happen, it shouldn't happen, it should not have happened. A member who, this is 31, who wishes to raise a perceived breach of privilege must report it to the Speaker without delay. If the alleged breach of privilege is in the Speaker's opinion adequately substantiated and may affect a sitting of the House on the day on which the question of privilege is reported, or in the immediate future, the Speaker may, with due regard to the provisions of the Powers and Privileges Act, make an immediate ruling on the matter, announce it in the House, or provide the member with an opportunity during the sitting to move an urgent motion without notice in terms of Rules 1231B, 127. If the alleged breach of privilege does not directly affect a sitting of the House, in the immediate future, the Speaker must refer the matter to the Powers Privileges Committee and inform the House accordingly, either immediately or at the earliest opportunity. Therefore, putting this for the House to decide on through the earlier process was incorrect. It is therefore aborted. We will proceed. Honorable Michel, come over to speak. It was your turn, sir.
But Deputy Speaker, can you please point us to the rule that allows you, in the middle of a process, to retract in that way you have just done now? Where, because we have rung the bells for a vote to occur, where does it say in the voting process as outlined in the rules that you can all of a sudden change your mind and then say, no more voting? Where does that happen? Which rules
Honorable member,
do that?
Honorable member, we pointed out to you.
But which rule empowers you to do what you just did now?
Honorable member, you can't question a considered ruling. Please sit down.
Deputy Speaker,
Honorable member,
in terms of the rules, you must explain
92.6 says no point of order may be raised in response to a considered ruling in terms of sub-rule 5, honorable member.
And the sub-rule 5 is when you are
this is
ruling
the
on a
second
point of-
time.
There was no point of order that you are ruling on now. You are just retreating on an issue that was already in motion.
Take your
The
seat, honorable member.
92 you are referring to, it's when you have made the ruling on a point of order. But now this is not a point of order in the middle of a voting process.
Honorable member.
And you're now retreating. Who empowers you to do that?
The application of the rules must happen all the time.
I think we must just
Consistently.
agree. No, I think we must just agree you are incapable. We'll forgive
Honorable
you
member,
for today.
honorable member, take your seat and stop the remarks you are making. They make you, honorable members, let me not proceed on this line. Honorable Michel, speak. After Honorable Michel, I would like to do rulings before I hand over to the next person.
Deputy Speaker, the ACDP recognizes that disproportional ownership of land is still a major challenge in our country, and we should do our best to address this challenge rationally, peacefully, and without incitement or veiled threats of violence. Recent incidences of unlawful occupation of land are indeed concerning and are no doubt being fueled by the narrative that is being spread by some politicians who are not committed to peace and unity in our country. The invasion of someone else's property is wrong and should be discouraged at all costs. Political leaders who tell their supporters that if they see a piece of land and they like it, that they should go and occupy it because it supposedly belongs to them, only perpetuates an already difficult process of land reform and encourage anarchy and illegal behavior. This matter is further complicated by laws that prevent land and property owners from evicting occupiers of their property purely on the basis that such occupation was illegal. To date, the only recourse available to land or property owners facing the illegal occupation of their land is to obtain a court order. Thus, the police may not assist landowners in evicting illegal occupiers, since only a sheriff may carry out an eviction order. As a way to try to resolve this issue, the ACDP urges government to speed up the process of land claims and land reform. More should have been done in the 20 years of democratic dispensation than has happened. Further, we call on all political parties and political leaders in particular to urge their members and supporters to be lawful in their demands for land that we all agree we need it. Because we cannot correct a wrong by breaking the law, we should be lawful in everything we do to try and resolve this matter. We appeal to landowners out there not to be unreasonable and greedy in their pricing of their land, but should rather contribute to this delicate process by asking for a fair market price that will assure the country that they do not wish to be unreasonable and confrontational, but rather they want to help contribute towards building a non-racial, peaceful, and prosperous nation with equal opportunities for all. Thank you.
Honorable members, the Rule 92(5) says that the presiding officer must give a ruling and may give his or her ruling or decision on the point of order immediately or defer the decision to the earliest opportunity thereafter by way of a considered ruling. That no point of order may be raised in response to a considered ruling in terms of Sub-Rule 5. Now, honorable members, on those grounds, on Thursday, 10 November 2016, during the debate on the motion of no confidence in terms of Section 102(2) of the Constitution, points of order were raised in respect of various remarks by various members. I undertook to study the Hansard and return to the House. I wish to rule as follows. In the first instance, the Honorable Chief Whip of the Opposition rose on a point of order objecting to the remarks by the Honorable Minister of Water and Sanitation about criminal charges against Honorable G. Breitenbach. In this regard, I wish to indicate that a similar matter is currently serving before the Joint Rules Committee, where the principle of a ruling in that matter is being considered. The outcome of the process in the Joint Rules Committee could impact on how this matter is ruled upon. I therefore wish to rule on this matter at a later stage. The second point of order was raised also by the Honorable Chief Whip of the Opposition, requesting that the Honorable Minister of Water and Sanitation withdraw her reference to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition as a black face. The Honorable Minister stated, this is from the Hansard, the motion we are debating here today is really a phantom to masquerade the essence and nature of opposition politics in our country and their quest to gain power by means other than the ballot box, using a black face to protect the interests of the white minority. Honorable members, Rule 84 provides that no member may use offensive, abusive, insulting, disrespectful, unbecoming, or unparliamentary words or language, nor offensive, unbecoming, or threatening gestures. In considering whether a member has contravened Rule 84, the presiding officer must also take into consideration the tone and context in which a particular remark or inference was made. The approach is supported by years of practice and convention, as you know. Having regard to the context of the Honorable Minister's speech, her remark was made with reference to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. A blackface in the context, in effect, suggests that the Leader of the Opposition is a token or a front behind which white interests are the real authority. Honorable members are reminded that it is incumbent on us as members of Parliament to discourage, desist from racial stereotyping and racial labels, and to ensure that we exercise the right to freedom of speech in a considerate and responsible manner. As public representatives, we also have a responsibility to set a good example for the country to emulate. I therefore urge honorable members as public representatives to refrain from resorting to racially disparaging statements that detract from the dignity of the House, and to be sensitive and mindful of the messages that we convey and the example that we set. The remark by the Honorable Minister is offensive and is therefore unparliamentary. I would therefore be asking the Minister of Water and Fresh and Sanitation to withdraw the remark, but she's not here, and so that will be done in her presence when next she's here. Thank you. The third point of order was raised by the Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party, objecting to allegations made by Honorable N.F. Shivambo regarding the appointment of ministers, and his remark that the Honorable President has nothing to lose and would kill his opponents. Honorable members will recall that at the time I ruled the remarks of Honorable Shivambo unparliamentary and directed him to withdraw. Honorable Shivambo refused to withdraw the remarks and stated the following: Deputy Speaker, let me assure you that I'm not going to withdraw the truth here. It is not going to happen. It is never going to happen. The honorable member then proceeded to repeat the allegation about the appointment of ministers and his remark that the president would kill his opponents. Though I have the power in terms of Rule 71 to name a member and order the member to leave the chamber immediately and to not participate in any parliamentary activities until the Speaker has announced what action is to be taken against the member in terms of the rules, I thought it prudent at the time to rather restore order and to continue with the business at hand and to deal with the matter at a later stage. Having now had an opportunity to reflect on Honorable Shivambo's conduct and to study the unrevised Hansard, I wish to rule that his absolute disregard for the authority of the chair amounts to misconduct as defined in the rules and is of so serious a nature that I have decided to request the Speaker to refer the matter to the Disciplinary Committee for investigation and report to the House. The fourth point of order was raised by Honorable M.A. Dix, objecting to Honorable B.H. Holomisa's reference to honorable members as wolves. At the time, Honorable N.L.S. Kwankwa argued that since the honorable member said like wolves, which is a simile, the Honorable Holomisa did not call anyone a wolf. Honorable Holomisa stated, the ruling clique on this side of the House is behaving like wolves, screaming in unison to defend one of theirs at the expense of the country. This remark was in direct reference to members of this House. Honorable members, this House has on numerous occasions in the past ruled that any remark associating a member with an animal or likening animal behavior or sounds to a member is derogatory, insulting, and by its very nature, unparliamentary. I also wish to remind honorable members that expressing unparliamentary remarks in a figure of speech such as a simile, using hypotheses, quotations, or any other semantic device does not render such a remark acceptable. I must therefore ask Honorable Holomisa to withdraw the remark that I have quoted. Is Honorable Holomisa here?
Well, he's not here. It is unlikely to withdraw it when he's here.
Honorable members, we'll proceed to the, yes, we'll do that when he's here. Honorable Dix, when he rose on the point of order and repeatedly thereafter referred to Honorable Holomisa as a Bantustan general, given the tone and the context in which Honorable Dix used the remark, it was clearly intended to cause offense and insult. For this reason, Honorable Dix's remark is unparliamentary. I must therefore ask the honorable member to withdraw the remark that I have quoted, whereupon, yes, is Honorable Dix here? He will also be asked to act accordingly. The next point of order was raised by the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, objecting to a remark made by Honorable M.O. Mokause when the Honorable Mokause purportedly rose on a point of order and stated a man who A man who thinks through his stomach is a dangerous man, and so is Malusi Gigaba, who thinks for millions just to control and maintain his concubine. This remark is offensive, insulting and unbecoming, and I must therefore ask the Honorable Mukause to withdraw the remark that I've just quoted. Honorable Mukause?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I withdraw. For the sake of
Honorable
our
Member, please
Commandant
don't proceed.
Fidel Castro.
Proceed, don't do that. Honorable members, on November 8, during the declaration of vote by Honorable Hlophe on the budgetary review recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee on International Relations, various points of order were raised about remarks made by the Honorable Member in respect of the Honorable President. In the first instance, Honorable Ms. MCC Pilani Majake rose on a point of order in terms of Rule 82, objecting to Honorable Hlophe's alleged reference to the President as that man. Secondly, Honorable Mabasa thereafter rose on a point of order objecting to Honorable Hlophe's reference to Mr. Zubda. Lastly, Honorable Ms. Pilani Majake again rose on a point of order in terms of Rule 85-2, objecting to allegations made in respect of the President and contending that a member who wishes to bring an improper and ethical conduct on the part of another member to the attention of the House may do so only by way of a separate substantive motion. I undertook to study the Hansard and return to the House with a ruling. Having had an opportunity to do so, I wish to rule as follows. Honorable Hlophe stated the following. Our international relations have to be supervised by a man who has not only contaminated our local political discourse, but a man who has soiled our good name in international relations arena. Honorable Hlophe did not refer to the President as that man. Also, her remark amounted to an expression of a political point of view and is a matter of debate and therefore not unparliamentary. Honorable Member, with regards to the points of order regarding reference to Mr. Zubda and allegations against the Honorable President, the Honorable Hlophe stated that Mr. Zubda also uses these foreign missions to settle political scores. Even worse, he rewards his corrupt comrades with ambassadorship, thus diminishing the role of ambassadors should play in marketing our country to play a role facilitating corruption between the Zuma family and other corrupt leaders throughout the world. Honorable members, as correctly pointed out by Honorable Ms. Pilani Majake, Rule 85-2 provides that a member who wishes to bring any improper and unethical conduct on the part of another member to the attention of the House may do so only by way of a separate substantive motion comprising a clearly formulated and properly substantiated charge that, in the opinion of the Speaker, prima facie warrants consideration by the House. Rule 85-3 further provides that the rule also applies to reflections upon the President. It is clear from the context of the Honorable Member's speech that her remarks and reference to Mr. Zubda as quoted refers to the Honorable President. In terms of the context, Mr. Zubda was clearly intended to give offense and is disrespectful. It is accordingly unparliamentary in terms of Rule 84. Honorable members, remarks further attribute improper motives to the Honorable President as she alleges the improper and unethical use of power when appointing ambassadors. This is also unparliamentary in terms of Rule 85. I must therefore ask Honorable Hlophe to withdraw the remarks that I have quoted.
Speaker, I don't have a problem with your ruling, but just a clarity, who's Mr. Zubda in this House?
Honorable Member, can you withdraw? I have just answered that question in the report here.
Just a clarity, Honorable Speaker, because we don't have a person who is Mr. Zubda in this House.
Honorable Member, I said to you, and I've been saying to you, we look at what you said, the context and the implication of what you are saying. Clearly your reference to Mr. Zubda was to the President, so we therefore ask you to withdraw.
Because we have a debate
Honorable
on the
Member,
name of Commander
unconditionally.
Castro, I will withdraw. But I will challenge your ruling because there's no Zubda in this House.
Honorable Member,
No, I will withdraw.
unconditionally, Honorable Member. You must withdraw unconditionally, Honorable Member. Honorable members, the assembly is a forum for elected representatives to discuss and debate their differences in a manner consistent with multi-party democracy, which ensures that all views are heard. Honorable members have a constitutional right of freedom of speech to ensure that they are able to discuss and debate their differences without fear of prosecution. The responsibility that comes with the right of freedom of speech is that it should be exercised in a manner that does not impose upon rights and privileges of another member, and that it is exercised in accordance with the rules and orders of the House. If a member fails to honor the rules of this House, then they not only impede the rights and privileges of individual members, but the rights of the House as a collective to discharge its constitutional mandate. Furthermore, if parliamentary language were to be generally allowed in a debate, that would not only seriously undermine the members in the performance of their duties, but it would also undermine the image and effectiveness of Parliament itself to function as the Constitution intends. I therefore appeal to honorable members to exercise their right to freedom of speech responsibly with due regard to the rules and orders of the House. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Godi. Honorable Chivambo, what are you raising on?
No, I'm raising on a point of order. Like, on those rulings that you have made in relation to the EFF, I want to put it on order and in point here that we're going to challenge all those rulings because we think they're stupid. They're actually foolish. How can you make such foolish rulings?
Honorable member.
About us, we don't want to take stupid rulings. We're going to challenge all of them.
Honorable member, this is an aggravating conduct on your part. Go ahead, Honorable Godi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, comrades and honorable members. The minister correctly spoke about human dignity as derived from our constitution. But the truth is that there is no dignity in poverty. And the poverty that afflicts the majority has its genesis in land dispossession. The assault on the dignity of our people reinforces supremacist ideas. So the fight against racism and poverty will, in the context of our country and the continent, find its substantive resolution in correcting the historical injustice on land. The humiliation of our people in the farming areas continues unabated. They continue to suffer shootings, beatings, evictions, confiscation or poisoning of their cattle, etc. Go to places like Piet Retief, Dumbe, Pongola, Vakkerstrom, etc. All these things happen in this constitutional democracy. So I find it difficult to raise my voice against the EFF, even though I don't agree with their call. The APC makes a call to the white owners of the land, the farms, to demonstrate that whilst Africans are called upon to observe the rule of law, they are also prepared to correct the injustices of the past. Comrade Minister, the APC's concern is that we have been tiptoeing around white privileges. The challenge to whites to reciprocate reconciliation is almost zero. Yes, let Africans not invade land, but the truth is that the social compact in our country is at the expense of the African majority. The APC believes that appeals to the poor to understand whilst the rich continue to live as if all is well is not sustainable. We shouldn't be concerned about the rule of law at the expense of the well-being of the people. The rule of law without justice is oppression. We fought against oppression. This freedom must deliver land to our people. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Nguni.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Ministers, Deputy Ministers, members of the House, our guests, and the masses of our people. We dedicate this input to the tribute, as a tribute to the distinguished revolutionary zeal and fighting spirit of an internationalist par excellence who has just fallen following over 6 decades of unrelenting struggle.
Point of order.
Honorable Nguni, will you take a seat, please? Why are you rising?
I
Honourable
rise
Member?
in terms of the rule of anticipation. We'll be having a condolence motion for the gentleman he's referring to as the next order of business.
The honourable member is just busy introducing his debate, so let's allow him to do so.
Over 6 decades of unrelenting struggle, not only to liberate the Cubans or the Cuban people from colonial oppression and exploitation, but also fundamentally to liberate the entirety of the oppressed the world over. The name of Commandant Fidel Castro is the name of a revolutionary that will live forever. The revolutionary legendary quote is our battle cry as we take on this House
Honourable
debates,
Nguni.
which are said that.
On a point of order,
Will you take your seat, please?
this is clearly the wrong speech, the wrong debate. The member's confused.
Honourable Nguni, will you get back to the debate, please?
Honorable House Chair, can I address you on this, please?
Yes, honourable member.
Thank you, so that my time is saved. I absolutely see nothing in introducing a speech and a context in which I so prefer, which I know is absolutely out
Honourable
of
member,
order.
that's
And
why
I
I say.
therefore request-
That's why I say get on with the debate, please.
Thank you so much.
House Chairperson,
Yes, honourable member.
I rise in terms of Rule 90. No member may anticipate the discussion of a matter appearing on the order paper or agreed upon the programming committee for scheduling. We have an order paper with a motion for condolences, as well as a discussion at programming committee this morning. The member is violating the rule of anticipation.
I haven't heard him yet paying condolences. He must now connect what he said with what he intends saying in his speech.
Our battle cry as we take on this House debate, which asserted that the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggle. In the ANC, the revolutionary movement and disciplined force of the left, we've always understood, asserted, and contextualized the land question as based on a society with deep scars of race, class, gender, and gender emanating from the historical legacy of apartheid capitalism or apartheid colonialism, or in short, the CST. As the ANC, we have never been confused. We have understood the unity, the struggle, and the relationship between these three forms of contradictions, race, class, and gender. Class represented the essence or the content, while the race merely represented the mere form. However dominant the latter, however dominant the race that is. In its nature, racial prejudice defeated its logic right from the onset in the South African context. Following the leadership of Jan van Riebeeck, for instance, how dare would the white supremacist colonial regime subsequently fall into the hands of a son of an Indian slave descendant, Maria Leven. He was not a pure white. Racism was therefore a farce in the South African soil right from the onset. We cannot give overdue emphasis. Yes, Simon van der Stel was not a pure white during the time of white supremacist rule, and therefore white supremacy defeated itself right from the onset by putting in place Simon van der Stel in the first place, whom we trace very clearly, scientifically and historically. Today, racists have no place in our midst, or whenever we see them, we shall challenge them and give them a good hiding and paste them to the wall. The South African land question is a class question. From the imperialist agenda that gave birth to colonialism in our country, the CST, springs a theoretical location of the land question as a class question. We may not have enough time to demonstrate this adequately to our detractors, but suffice to highlight some following few. Wait on. South African society bleeds from the wounds of haves and have-nots. The commissar from the APC alluded to this point. These are antagonistic groups of people called classes. By summary definitions, classes are, open quote, groups of people according to their relationship to the means of production, close quote. The South African society is therefore a
Honourable
class
Nguni,
society.
will you take your seat, please? Why are you rising, honourable member?
Rule 92.
What in terms of Rule 92?
Our eardrum are suffering. He must not shout.
That is not Rule
Just,
92.
Please relax.
Honourable Nguni, will you continue, please?
The South African society, the land is the primary means of production upon which
Order, honorable
most
members.
other productivity in the South African society and in all other societies is based. All other production is based on the land. Production, therefore, or productivity would include mining, agriculture, manufacturing, etc. Based on South Africa's unique history, the land ownership patterns, therefore, hitherto reflect a skewed bias towards the white male monopoly ownership. Monopoly capitalism, rampant in our society, continues to dominate not only our land ownership stakes, but further owns almost everything else. The media, the banks, the mines, oil, energy, and indeed all the commanding heights of our economy. As monopoly capital owns an overwhelmingly big share of our wealth, it has, on the other hand, produced glaring inequalities fraught with contradictions, as you will see, between rural and urban, men and women, which is referred to as gender question, the rich and the poor, and such other glaring symptoms of inequality. Likewise, when few suck the blood or the labor of the poor majority, consequently, the extent of poverty gets exacerbated beyond imagination. It is the ANC's mission to liberate the poor from their plight. Ngeli xesha oswana sibomvana belala beqhaphe amafutha nobuncwane, bona abantu bakokwethu babhuqubhuqu bamthuqwasi balambile banqaniwe bayintyumpantyumpeka ngandlela zonke, sithi kubo i-ANC khona umzabalazo uyaqhubeka. Of the over 50 million South Africa's population, a whooping 8 million plus constitutes a huge army of unemployed lot. It is an inherent feature of the capitalist mode of production to reserve a huge army of unemployment. Capitalism is incapable of producing sustainable and quality jobs for all. Those who are apologists of imperialism and its extension, capitalism, cannot do anything to undo their own making. The ANC is duty-bound through its revolutionary program, its radical socio-economic policies and political will, among others, to stand on the side of the unemployed. We want to visit some few highlights that the ANC has done. The NDP, to start with, as the government's minimum program, note the minimum. We can go way, way beyond NDP, by the way. Does provide a vision for an alternative to apartheid's legacy's dispensation on the question of land and rural development. As it provides, I quote, by 2030, South Africa's communities must have better opportunities to participate fully in the economy, in the economic, social, and political life of the country. Rural economics will be supported by agriculture and, where possible, by mining, tourism, agro-processing, and fisheries. It goes on, infrastructure development, job creation, and poverty eradication, my emphasis, eradication. Underdevelopment in the former homelands must be confronted. The NDP further provides for creating 10-year security for communal farmers, integrating financing forms and leveraging public-private partnerships, among a whole range of propositions outlined. We now look at the expropriation bill. Our neoliberal detractors, obviously where they sit, can never denounce the wide domination of the economic ownership stakes. If anything, they stand exactly to ensure the protection of unjustified accumulated
Nduni,
wealth.
will you just take your seat, please? Why are you rising, Honorable Chief Whip?
House Chairperson, I'd like through you to request the member whether he would take a question.
Honorable Member, are you prepared to take a question?
After, yes, after, only after I finish.
If you have time left, Honorable
If
Member.
I have time left
Yes.
already, my
Continue.
House Chair, thank you. To this end, ours being the negotiated democracy will remember World Trade Center. Therefore, certain provisions in the Constitution would be used as barriers to our own radical economic transformation. The property clause in the Bill of Rights has hitherto been such a valve. to block strides of the ANC. The ANC, noting this, has, however, led the process to put in place, I quote, the law of general application, close quote, being the expropriation bill passed by this House on the 27th of May. This is the bill, Honorable House Chair, which is awaiting to be signed into law. Once signed into law, the ANC government will roll up the sleeves and fast-track the rollout of land reform through its various tools at the disposal of the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform. We note, however, the latest developments and anarchy, and insist that land invasion is an unacceptable crime, as is generally applicable in nature and in society, that any unallocated grab of resources, be they material, human, economic, social, or otherwise, in a democratic dispensation, it is regarded as backward, barbaric, and unscientific. The inherent value of grabbing is, the inherent logic in land grabbing is, I quote, each one for himself or herself, and the devil takes the hindmost, I close quote. By land grabbing, you are then saying each one for himself or herself, and the devil takes the hindmost, close quote. So we are saying, how can we as society scientifically undertake these crucial elements of land reform is sporadic, spontaneous looting of land, if sporadic, spontaneous looting of land is to be the order. Land use and or spatial planning as a scientific tool to plan social and economic development. To this end, the ANC-led government has passed Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act, in short, SPLUMA, and its regulations as well. We want to propose to those who propose land invasion that instead of that unscientific, sporadic, and illegal tool, rather land usage must be planned for, as there is now piece of statute and its regulations in place. Now, DA Speaker stands here, Honorable Walters, before us and tells us that money is not a problem. Is not a problem. Really, the honorable member is living in his own world, because restitution at the current pace with the current budget could take up to 144 years, and he knows very well, unless he has not advised his party. And therefore, the budget is definitely a constraint. In actual fact, if you ask my opinion, more money lies in private hands who are represented by one party to the House here. And that's the money that should be accessed in order to fast track. The other fact raised by the DA is about the title deeds in communal land. We suggest that you don't just conclude for the people, you consult the people. In fact, in your own DA, in your own policy documents, you talk about the people in former homelands who must then remain there. We are saying false. The people in homelands must feel free to settle anywhere in South Africa.
On a point of order, Chair.
Honourable members, can we just keep the interjections a little bit down? I can't hear the member. Yes, honourable member?
The Honourable Speaker is misleading the House, and I marched with the people that asked for
No,
titles.
honourable
so I
member,
consulted-
that's not a point of order. Honourable member, continue.
House Chair. House Chair.
Why are you rising, honourable member?
House Chair, I wonder if you could ask the member to stand a bit closer to the microphone. Some of us are struggling
No,
to hear
that's not
him.
a point of order.
So you're
Honourable member,
struggling to
continue.
hear, the others, ears are
Just
drumming up.
continue, honourable member.
We close off, Honorable House Chair, by indicating that the ANC has been there in all committees. The offer by the EFF for 6% for expropriation without compensation
Honourable
has
member,
not
your time
been
is now
recorded,
expired.
and therefore it shall not hold. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, honourable member. I now recognize the Honourable the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, you can see why, and I thank the leadership of the caucus of the ANC for having asked us to put this debate up here. You can see, just imagine, if honorable members of this parliament would behave in the manner that we have witnessed here, what would you expect out there? That is why it is important for us to really respect one another, even when we disagree, so that we can set a very good example to the people who are watching this house. People have got a very, very big respect for this house. But if this house behaves in the manner that people are witnessing and all of us are witnessing, it's shame on us. Secondly, Honorable Chair, the TA, Honorable Walters, it's not time to talk, this was not meant to come up and talk about Harperport Ngandla, corruption and all of that. You missed the boat. In actual fact, that's exactly why we're where we are today. It's because this house was debating in exactly the same manner that you have actually we are following today. Let's not do it that way. Let's try to see how, as leaders of the country, we could solve the hottest of challenges that we're faced with here. So you actually missed the point here. Well, honorable members of the Honorable Shope is saying...
Honorable Minister, will you just take your seat, please? Yes, Honorable Member, why are you rising?
No, Chair, I wanted to ask if the Honorable Minister will take one question.
Honorable Minister, are you prepared to take a question from the Honorable Member?
Just one.
I'll do it at the end of this one, Chair. I'm very quick. I'll be quick.
Will you take it?
So that I
At
can
the
take
end
the
of, if there's time
yes,
left.
Yes, I'm eager to do so. The Honorable Shope says, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, exactly the point why the leadership said we must debate this. She says, reactionary component of the Constitution. At the end, when she was ending that, she says, we still call on all South Africans to occupy the land. That is unlawful and unconstitutional. That's exactly why this House must develop a mechanism that is appropriate to censure members of the House when they deliberately make statements like that, which are inflammatory, which could cause people out there to break the law and be arrested and charged. That's exactly the point, Honorable Chair. Otherwise, I agree with the Honorable Godi when he says, in terms of what the honorable members of the AFF have said in raising sharply this question, and there's nothing wrong with that. Sharply this question. He says, I agree with them, but I don't agree with the manner in which they do it. They say it. I agree with the Honorable Godi. Thanks very much for that. Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair, Honorable Chairperson, here in this House, in committee, we were in committee just a couple of days ago, or either yesterday. We were debating the amendment to the ESTA, and the honorable member has an opportunity to deal with that aspect of the land question. Secondly, we are going to bring to this House, and we consulted with lots of people. You remember that when we spoke here in terms of the policy speech, we said the maximum quantity or quantum of hectares of land, which we talked about 12,000 hectares, etc., for three sectors: renewable energy, forestry, and game. When we consulted, just 4 weeks ago, we consulted with South Africans. They said no. That which you mean for game to be 12,000, they said no, 5,000. So that we have more land to redistribute. It's coming to this House. Honorable members will have an opportunity to deal with that question as to what would be the most appropriate extent of land that would be held by an individual or company, etc., so that there would be enough land to redistribute across all South Africans. It's coming here. In terms of that bill, there will be no, foreigners won't have the right to own land in South Africa. They could list it, but not own land. So it's coming to you here. It's going to address these questions. And South Africa, we have actually consulted more than 1,000 South Africans over the last couple of months in all these bills that are going to come here, including one that I've referred to. Lastly, Property Valuation Act has established the value general for the country. So the willing buyer, willing seller story is gone, a survey is gone. The first year of that, we saved 15 million rands because now we're using all 5 factors that are referred to in Section 25 of the Constitution, not just the market value of the land. Thank you. Honorable Chair, I can take the question.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, in 2015, the municipality of King Sabata Dalingebo demolished houses in a place called Maiden Farm. And they did so, and you came in Parliament here and supported that action on the basis that you said that those houses were demolished because they were going to build RDP houses there. We now know, as we have said even then, that those houses were demolished because there was an end to a development that was going to happen there. And we mentioned here,
Honourable Member,
are you willing to apologize to this House having misled them in supporting a motion that there was an RDP development there when you knew there was an end to development? Thanks.
Honourable Minister, you must be very, very short. Your time is basically expired now.
Honorable Chair, you heard it yourself. It's such a complex question. Let the honorable member put it to me. I'll answer it. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, that concludes the party responses and the minister's response to the statement. Yes, honourable member.
I want to call broadly a point of order on a minister who stands up here and say that we must develop mechanisms to censure members of parliament. The Constitution guarantees freedom of expression here in this House.
Honourable member.
How on earth could someone think of even...
Honourable member, that is the view of the minister.
It's a reactionary view.
The same constitution gives the minister that view.
As well.
He's got the right to express that view. The same constitution that you're quoting, whether you agree with it or not. The secretary will read the order of the day.
Debate on fracking and other means of gas extraction with reference to application for exploration licenses.
The Honourable Dudley.
Thank you, Chair. Growing numbers of people in affected communities are asking government to permanently ban hydraulic fracturing throughout South Africa. They are facing the looming threat of an expanding suite of extractive fossil fuel mining processes, one of which is unconventional gas extraction, which makes use of hydraulic fracturing, aka fracking, and coal bed methane extraction. There are fracking bans underway in many parts of the world, and many countries including Scotland, Wales, Germany, Spain, France, Poland, Bulgaria, Romania, Argentina, Switzerland, Austria, the Czech Republic, Italy, Ireland, both North and South, and the Netherlands. Since October 2015, 11 new applications to PASA have been submitted for shale gas exploration in the eastern watershed of South Africa, from Matatiele in the northeastern Cape, across KwaZulu-Natal to the Free State and in Mpumalanga. The ACDP also has serious concerns with the situation in South Africa, where state capture conspiracy theories abound, and no one seems to know anything about US-based and owned Rhino Oil and Gas or other applicants, Sungu Sungu and Matuan. Now, more than ever, we need to know exactly who is capturing our water resources and land, and exactly who will benefit. Many of the areas targeted for exploration are located in primarily rural landscapes, which function either as agricultural production nodes, both commercial and communal, as well as strategic water catchment areas. The primarily rural Matatiele population in former Transkei area in the Northern Cape is highly reliant on rural resources, grants and remittances. The area is the source of the Nzimvumbu River and contributes almost 40% of the water for the wider Nzimvubu Tsitsikama water catchment area. Now, widespread shale gas well development across this landscape would destroy the grasslands and water sources which underpin livestock and agricultural production systems, which are groundwater dependent, through high-risk contamination of the surface and underground water sources upon which Matatiele and downstream users of the Nzimvubu system are dependent. The Matatiele local municipality, provincial environmental and water officials, and local traditional leaders have said no to extraction and unconventional gas, and yes to agriculture, tourism, and nature as described in their IDP. The Harrismith, Danhauser, Wackerstroom area is the watershed for the Vaal, Tugela and Pongola rivers, supporting the economic hubs of the country. We cannot afford to further deplete and pollute our precious water supplies already under threat. Despite consultants and applicants admitting that the number of jobs created is minimal and few available for locals, they continue to promise jobs and poverty alleviation as the benefit from extraction and unconventional gas. And no mention is made of the impacts and legacy left for communities once they leave with the profits. Short-term, menial jobs at the cost of human health, dignity, water security, and long-term household and food security are a bad deal, to say the least. There are alternatives and more sustainable energy sources such as wind, wave, solar, which could and should be developed by Eskom for the benefit of us all. Recent CSIR studies indicate that job creation through renewable development way exceeds those related through fossil fuel extraction and processing. As exploration will lead to extraction, the impacts of this mining have to be identified and mitigated at the outset, not afterwards. And according to the CSIR Strategic Environmental Assessment report, health impacts have not yet been addressed. This is a significant failing. The ACDP calls on government to ensure that the National Environmental Management Act, NEMA, is not contravened and that, at the very least, a moratorium is placed on exploration until the impacts have been adequately mitigated. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Pikenini.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, ndicela uzibulisele apha endlini, ndizibulisele phaa kwigas kakhulu. Honourable Chairperson, the debates on this critical topic today will go down in the annals of our history as one of the critical milestones in the policy intervention for radical economic transformation in South Africa by the ANC-led government. It is not neutral, neither a coincidence of history, but our unwavering commitment for radical economic transformation in line with the clarion call of the Freedom Charter 16 years back and successful policy decision of the African National Congress. As the Freedom Charter proclaims, the people shall share in the country's wealth. We once more declare to South Africans and the world to know that this is the mission we will never fail. No surrender in our lifetimes, as successful generation of our forebears have done. The long history of mining in South Africa has never ventured into the new frontiers of extraction by state as a custodian of mineral wealth on behalf of our people of oil and gas. In this courageous effort, we derive our pride, confidence, and aspiration from the gas extraction of 1 trillion cubic feet feasibility project, which for well over 20 years employed in excess of 1,400 and generated revenues of 1 billion per annum on average. This is a success story, not from the textbook or university libraries, but a living experience born out of the courage to test our policies in the arena of development as the African National Congress. The prospect of shale gas in Karoo is a game changer. Formation that span mainly the province of Northern Cape, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Free State, and part of KwaZulu-Natal, brings about a huge potential for South Africa's development story. Scientific studies estimate the capacity of 485 trillion cubic feet of shale gas resources beneath the Karoo formations. This means our country has a potential to attain cost-competitive energy security that can significantly boost its energy independent status with immense potential to improve balance of payments and advance radical socio-economic transformation. Honorable Chairperson, with the current deepening global contradiction of capitalist production and accumulation with its attendant widening levels of poverty, unemployment, and inequalities. No democratic state can take comfort in market fundamentalism, which anchored on profiteering at the expense of development and economic transformation in favor of the poor and the working class. It is no secret that most of the developed countries today have achieved with rampant disregard for sustainable development, especially with regard to environment conservation and protection. The ANC cannot be reminded about environmental conservation and protection in pursuance of this developmental objective, as the environment is at the core of the policy trajectory. It is in this context that, as the ANC, we support government effort to put on abeyance further processing of applications for exploration of shale gas until such time that sustainable measures are put in place to safeguard the environment and water. Honorable members, allow me to indicate that the current estimates are preliminary, which means that continued scientific research and exploration has the potential to unravel more potential of shale gas exploration that we have our country. The technical associated with the exploration phase is also a case in point that needs consideration before we can quantify the actual estimates going forward. For instance, this phase involves a number of activities that narrow down to collection of more information on the field to ascertain the possibilities of existence of shale gas. This involves seismic surveys, geological sampling techniques, as well as other techniques that can span anything between 3 to 5 years on average. Over and above these scientific techniques, we salute the department for engaging communities on preliminary dialogue about the cost-benefit of this initiative for socio-economic upliftment, especially in affected areas like the one held in Craddock in Eastern Cape. It is through this community dialogue and public participation to ensure that communities are sufficiently empowered to make meaningful contribution in the ensuing development efforts arising from shale gas exploration. According to Reuters reports, a study commissioned by Shell estimates that 50 trillion cubic feet of potential reserves, which will add 20 billion to the GDP of South African economy every year for 25 years and create 700,000 jobs. The same report abounds with evidence of number of multinational corporations that have interest to invest in the shale gas sector in South Africa to the great benefits of our domestic socio-economic development. As it demonstrated in the statistics above, the estimates by the corporate research about the potential of South African shale gas exploration by far exceed official estimates. It is common cause that corporate sector invest more in development research, both in terms of technical know-how and financial resource. We should give us hope to trust their forecasts. As the ANC, we derive pleasure in that their estimates, which were also driven by their desire to invest, provide a more better future than we could think. In conclusion, the eyes of all patriots should be on what is good for the nation. Therefore, fracking and other means of gas extraction as a game changer is what is good for our country at this point in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Next speaker is the Honourable Radebe.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, extracting shale gas via hydraulic fracturing generally poses great environmental challenges. Therefore, it is crucial to have a robust regulatory regime to mitigate risk and to improve general public confidence in what presently highly a controversial process. The spheres of government and departments should actively promote informed understanding among stakeholders using a clear scientific evidence, transparency, and consistent message across range of media and forums. During the recent dialogue held in Matatiele on the 3rd and the 4th of October this year, The participants from the dialogue issued an anti-fracking manifesto. In that material manifesto, with the theme, "Some for all, forever," it was noted the absence of the government departments as well as the elected politicians. The non-attendance by the government departments and elected politicians had muddied the waters of the community throughout the proposed fracking areas. Chairperson, the importance of a clear, open stakeholder engagements from all parties cannot be overstated. With the issue that is subject to high passionate debate, it is important that the public is reassured that the regulations will be fit for purpose and that transparency will be displayed at all levels. Government ministers, MECs, and councillors should ensure that their message are consistent with those of the departments. To quote one classical example of inconsistency in the messaging, in a Matatiel manifesto, it was noted, open cause. The local municipality told us that agriculture, tourism, and nature come first in the Matatiel IDP. So we find it difficult to understand how rhino oil and gas application to frack in the Mzimvubu catchment could be considered, let alone to allow to proceed by the Petroleum Agency of South Africa. Chairperson, the DA is conscious of the central goal at the heart of the Paris Agreement of creating a net zero carbon economy by the second half of this century. In order to do that, we need to orderly manage transition that minimizes the risks and allow us to seize opportunity created by the new jobs and investment in the cleaner industries that will increasingly drive our economy. The party is supportive of the effort to maximize uptake of renewable energy sources. The party does not, however, believe that pursuing one source of energy generation has to be done at the exclusion of others. We need to take a long-term approach to energy planning. This should include gas. The exploitation of gas in South Africa, if it is to be pursued, is a long-term project. It cannot be rushed and needs to be informed by the best practice, stringent regulation, and continuous opportunities for public consultation. Hydraulic fracturing should only proceed if stringent control measures are imposed to govern and regulate all actions and decisions regarding fracking. These measures should promote transparency about the use of chemical in the process, clear and align the rules applying to companies participating in the exploration and production, specify how transgression of the rules will be dealt with. There must be also sufficient consideration of the protection of environment resources in all decisions with regard to fracturing, and an appropriate balance must be found between doing what is right for the environment and what is right for the unemployed people who could benefit from fracking. Adequate measures must be put in place to ensure that corruption is avoided at fracking and fracking does not become characterized by rent-seeking by politically connected. Fracking is done in accordance with land use planning by local and provincial authorities. Water exiting drill shafts is collected and cleaned as to not to pollute surface or groundwater resources. Public infrastructure damaged by prospective or extraction of operation be repaired and be paid
Your
for by
time
the
is now
company.
expired.
I thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Kause.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The July 26 movement, the economic freedom fighters, which is inspired and agitated by the Cuban July 26 movement, affirms here and now that it pursues progressive internationalism and radical Pan-Africanism. For this, it shall lead protest against fracking. We condemn the ANC government for forcing fracking as they seem to be forcing the nuclear deal with Russia. Honorable Chair, in May this year, the ANC government indicated that shale gas exploration will begin in 12 months, effectively meaning fracking will commence in May 2017. This is informed mainly by the government's belief that South Africa's semi-desert Karoo region holds at least 485 trillion cubic feet of shale gas, and that this could be a solution to our nuclear problems, to our energy problems. The government announced that fracking will go on. Even before the completion of the environmental assessment, which is meant to be completed early 2017. This clearly shows that the ANC is hell-bent on going ahead with hydraulic fracking in the Karoo, regardless of what scientific assessment its potential impacts may be. But what is hydraulic fracking? And why is the ANC so committed in violating every available regulation to see it happening in South Africa? Fracking involves digging well up to 4 kilometers deep, then pumping in large amounts of water mixed with chemical under high pressure to crack the shale rock and release the gas. Anglo-Dutch energy firm Shell is one of the companies that have shown interest in the gas exploration and have expressed concern that the lack of progress in this project is a serious concern. A Shell Commission study by Cape Town-based consultancy suggested that extracting 50 trillion cubic feet or 12.8% of potential reserves would add 20 billion or 0.5% of GDP to the economy every year for 25 years and create 700,000 jobs. But at what cost to the country and its natural environment? That method with which fracking is done and resources needed to do, it should immediately set the alarm bells ringing in South Africa. The Karoo is one of the driest places you can ever find in South Africa, which with chronic water shortage at any given stage. Just north of the Kalahari Desert, a natural wonder with some of the rarest species you can ever find. So our argument is that fracking will demolish livelihoods and cause irreparable damage to the environment. There are credible scientific arguments that contamination from fracking or drilling fluids might travel upwards into the current drinking water supplies along dolerite water courses. This will endanger the already poor supply of water in some of the regions. Secondly, there is no consensus amongst scientists of the validity of the study, and many argue that deeply fractured shale basins of the Karoo has with unpredictable properties. The amount of shale gas available in the Karoo, therefore, is anything but thumb-sucking
Honourable
from people
Member,
whose
your
desires
time
is
has
to
now
destroy
expired.
environment of our country. We do not support fracking, and we will lead
Thank you, Honourable
protests,
Member.
and
Your
we
time
will
has
support
expired.
Any organization that seeks to lead.
Honourable Member, thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is the Honourable Esther Eisen.
Thank you, Chair. Cheaper energy is good for South Africa. It translates into more jobs, more prosperity, and a greater economic growth. Shale gas can be cheap or very expensive. Shale gas wells are short-lived wells because the gas reservoir depletes itself very quickly due to the very fast flow rates of gas. So gas companies have to constantly frack more wells in order to cover expenses. Fracking costs about 98 million rand per well, and much more considering the scarcity of water in this country. It takes approximately 19 million litres of water to frack a well, and up to 5 times that to keep their production revenues up in additional wells, together with the long list of chemicals that are required in the process. And currently there's no real control through the regulatory framework, which makes it mandatory for contractors drilling the wells to disclose their chemicals. And that's the first red flag and potential for contamination, as a failure of the wellhole casing would allow for a release of those chemicals into our drinking water. In the course of the initial production of the well, only 15 to about 48% of the 19 million litres of contaminated fracking fluid is recovered and disposed of, as it is too expensive to recycle for other fracking operations. And when these companies say dispose of, they mean pumping it into a disposal well and back into the earth, this continuing with the contamination of our groundwater supply. We have a climate that lends itself to solar and wind clean energy. South Africa committed itself recently at the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change to phase out its reliance on fossil fuels. So why then this contradictory position by allowing fracking? The IFP calls for far greater investment into renewable clean energy sources and in no uncertain way opposes all calls to allow the conducting of fracking in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Ngwabe.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members. Contamination of groundwater reserves is the biggest risk associated with fracking. Up to 700 different chemicals are used in the mixture that is forced into the ground, and there is no foolproof way of containing those chemicals. Chemical spigs and crack well castings can lead to surface and groundwater contamination. Moreover, the wastewater that flows back to the surface is toxic from all the chemicals which cannot be recycled safely. How will this vast volume of contaminated water be disposed of? Fracking also uses a lot of energy and a lot of water. South Africa is a water-scarce country, and we have to ask ourselves where the water will come from to drive the fracking process. Will the water be diverted from other industries, or will it be diverted from agriculture? South Africa has made no meaningful efforts over the past 22 years of democracy to increase our water storage capacity, and our water resources for human consumption are already under severe strain. So where is the water for fracking going to come from? Honourable Chair, what fracking does is simply distracting energy firms and government from investing in renewable sources of energy and encouraging continued reliance on fossil fuels. Rather than embark on a road that will benefit a few in short to medium term, let us invest our resources in renewable sources of energy. South Africa has an abundance of sunlight and wind, which is grossly underutilized as sources of affordable and renewable energy. We do not have sufficient information on the long-term environmental implications of fracking, and the NFP will urge the government to adhere to the precautionary principle applicable to the international environmental law. South Africa is a signatory of international treaties which embodies the principles laid down in the Kyoto Protocol and the Rio Conference, and accordingly we have an obligation to ensure that environmental harm does not arise from practices which we do not have sufficient knowledge about. The NFP believes that until it has been proven that shale gas is in the best interest of all South Africans and in line with Section 24 of the Constitution, which guarantees the right to an environment that is not harmful to health or well-being, fracking should not be allowed in South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Nyambi.
Angibonge sihlalo. Ngibingelele indlu. Stabe siloku sidlulisa emaveni ututo. Emtini wakafidel. Bangani tihlobo nemphakathi wonke waseCuba sisho ukuthi anilahlekelanga nilodwa. Honorable Chair, on SONA 2016, the Honorable President said, when the economy grows fast, it delivers jobs, works, and wages, and businesses make profit. Indeed, Honorable Chair, this would be an enormous boost to the economy of South Africa. The national unemployment rate will be decreased, as the fracking industry could potentially create plus minus 700,000 permanent jobs. South Africa will reduce its dependency on oil because it is largely dependent on foreign imports for crude oil needs, of which 70% of oil is being imported from developed countries. Honorable Chair, fracking will also create or generate 200 billion rands per annum. It is characterized as a more sustainable energy solution that will enable the country to avoid greenhouse gas emission into the atmosphere, of which South Africa is considered one of the worst offenders globally. Proponents are eager to meet the South African promise to reduce harmful gas emission by 34% by 2020. If the country has its own fracked gas, it will be better used than importing gas that has been compressed at a great energy cost somewhere else. As it grows, the natural gas prices are dropping drastically, and the rand will be strengthened compared to the dollar. The environmental concern brought to the attention of government cannot and should not be ignored. It is for this reason that the ANC government holds the further processing of application for exploration of shale gas in abeyance until such time that measures are introduced in safeguard the environment and water pollution. Although environmentalists have a reputation of being opposed to all development, but the truth of the matter is that the evidence to date indicates that risk is very small. This will ensure learners are effectively prepared to contribute and benefit from the developed state, especially our own young hydrogeologists, to go and work and gain experience in the industry and in particular in the governmental agencies that regulate industry. It will be a great opportunity for the ANC-led government to continuously find solutions to advance our country as a developing nation. The lowering of carbon fuel source would allow the economy to make transition from its dependence on coal. Fracking as an economic booster will yield the return of 9.6% of the South African GDP. With the increase in production of natural gas, the number of people employed in production and delivery activities also increase. As there are a lot of oil and natural gas deposits, there is still a need to tap into the number of people employed in oil and natural gas industry. The increase in use of fracking technology has seen 67% rise in employment. No more relying on foreign countries, Chair, because now we have more access gas deposit. However, we no longer have to rely on other countries around the world for some of our fossil fuel. Instead, we can rely on ourselves to provide energy for our own residents. Coal releases dangerous compounds into the air, such as sulfur, which is poisonous. But burning gas does not release as much carbon dioxide into the air. That it means the more the gas we burn, the better the air quality will be. This can help to reduce the amount of greenhouse gas in the air and therefore slow global warming down. In 2014, His Excellency President Zuma, during the SONA, said, the development of petroleum, especially shale gas, will be the game changer for the Karoo region and the South African economy. Having evaluated the risks and opportunities, the final regulation will be released soon and will be followed by the processing and granting of licensing. Sangiphetha losesihlalweni. Ngifuna kusho ukuthi ebantu bonke abeve ukuthi sikhuluma ngani uma sikhuluma ngalolu daba lesiliphethe. I-shale gas yimboni leshasha lehlukile kunemayini. Bosimonzawo sisho ama-environmentalists mabatimisele labatimisele ngentfutfuko yelive kufanele basekele kuphehla kwelidwala ngalokuphelele. Kuphehla kwelidwala kwamadwala kusetjenziselwa kukhipha gesi wemvelo nekuncedza letinsayeya lesinato letintsatfu lesikhuluma ngawo sikhuluma ngekunciphisa indlala kungalingani ngekwemsebenzi noma ngekwesimo nekuswelakala kwemsebenzi. Ngifuna kusho ke ekugcineni kusho ukuthi njengoba namuhla kulilanga le-World AIDS Day, mphakathi wakithi eSouth Africa asitinakekeleni, phephani. Akusho ukuthi nangabe sewubonile ukuthi wena simo sakho sinjani bese uyayekelela uthi nje akulungile nami ngidawuva ngako. Asiphephe njengoba sisaya kuma holiday, inkosi inibusise nonke. Ngiyabonga.
The next speaker is the Honorable Majeke.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, natural gas extraction is a good innovation for South Africa, given our socio-economic challenges that are immediate and the urgent need for industrialization as a response to the fundamentals of our economic transformation trajectory. It can add to the various revenue streams and reduce reliance on coal, whilst increasing our supply of energy and creating new industry. Our devastated economy requires a deliberate investment into sustainable, clean, and trusted energy-generating innovations. The more we spend time discussing about the need for this innovation, the more we make the agenda to alter our economic landscape as a nation a distant dream. As part of our nation's movement towards sustainable development, as envisaged in the National Development Plan, we should move with great speed in resolving differences on this matter in this regard. And with more than 100 million already invested by government towards research and regulation, as a legislative body, we should be able to find each other on these matters of national interest. Urgently, we must call on the affected departments, in particular the Department of Environmental Affairs, Energy and Mineral Resources, to complete the processes related to the finalization of the regulatory framework. A comprehensive environmental impact assessment and the strategic environmental assessment for the Karoo must be completed and presented to Parliament within a specified time frame, and this is notwithstanding the legal process underway initiated by some opponents of fracking. This is one developmental issue that must not be locked in legal battles. As part of the COP17 community, whose 17th conference was hosted by South Africa just 2 months ago, we should make sure that social mobilization is maintained, wide buy-in is secure, and that licensing is not turned to extracting without accounting. Finally, social mobilization and facilitation processes, both in terms of form and content, must have more unifying object than it currently is. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Madisha.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Fracking seems to be the modern gold rush, with 11 applications to frack for unconventional gas over the last 3 years. The undemocratic and divisive tactics used by corporations and government in our communities to push their version of a development agenda has been experienced by all communities. There are false promises of economic development and job creation, but what government and these corporations seem to forget to tell communities are that it will create I emphasize, very few low-paying jobs, as it is a highly skilled field. It is the communities living on the edge of mines that will experience that impact firsthand. For example, the community of Matatiele solely depends on underground water sources for their survival. As it stands now, some areas in Matatiele only have water for 2 to 3 hours a day, and at times they don't have water for up to a week. 20 million liters of water is required for each well. What will the effect be on the already disastrous water situation in Matatiele? It is not only about fracking. It is the unsustainable and unsafe extractive activities, such as nuclear and coal, which will directly impact negatively on our communities, their health and food security. Profits are sent overseas by using global financial systems, and it is not benefiting South African communities. One thing we have learned over the last 3 years is that although it is a disaster for the affected communities, it galvanized them. We hope that this debate will be one which puts everyone on the same page, that the extractive industry for unconventional gas is not the way forward for our country. Indeed, and instead, we should learn from Rwanda's solar power project. The plant supplying half of Rwanda's population with electricity was erected and fully operated within a year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Lorimer.
Thanks, Chair. Some technologies are transformational. The process of hydraulic fracturing underground has been around for decades. Combined with horizontal drilling, as it was in the last 2 decades, it's changed the world. The United States is the country which has pioneered the rollout of fracking and has seen some 300,000 wells drilled and fracked, most of them in the last 15 years. It has found large quantities of oil and gas to the point where it is now exporting gas and will soon be energy independent. That has changed its attitude to the world. Fracking could hold great benefit for South Africa too. Consider that the Moss gas fields, which employed thousands of people for 25 years, was started on less than 1 trillion cubic feet of gas. Estimates of what may be under the Karoo range from nothing at all to 400 times that. The truth is, we don't know, and we won't know until exploratory wells have been sunk and fracked. The process is not without risk. As you've heard from my colleagues this afternoon, many people in South Africa think it is too risky to even try. The risks include fracking fluids getting into water supplies, competition for water, and wastewater spills. The United States Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, has completed a multi-year study of fracking. It found there was no evidence that fracking had any widespread systemic impact on drinking water. Yes, there has been pollution of gas into water supplies caused by well casings that were absent or not properly constructed. There are now standards in place to ensure that this is done properly. If we are to frack, we must apply best international practice in this regard. Fracking uses a lot of water. One well uses as much water as it takes to water a golf course for a week. There is concern about where that water should come from. That's why we believe that fracking should only happen if it does not take water from people who are currently using it. Much of the water that emerges from a fracked well is similar to acid mine drainage. That water must be collected and cleaned. Once again, drillers must be held to rigorous standards. Now, after a bumpy start, this government has handled the issue better, appointing a multi-agency task team to investigate it. But this government has a credibility problem. People don't trust it to look after the environment. People look at mining, not just historically, but more recently, where mines have damaged the environment through a combination of bad rules and worse enforcement. Just go and look at open-cast coal mining around Ughis if you don't believe me. So people say we can't trust government to make sure fracking is done properly. In order to address this problem, government should include on its task team academics and members of civil society organizations, and it should be completely transparent about its operations. It should have the power to stop bad practices and should be able to shut down operations if they are polluting water used for drinking and farming. Especially during the drilling and fracking of the first wells, there should be constant supervision by something like the task team, which includes independent experts. There should be no suspicion that anything can be covered up if it goes wrong. If there is gas down there in big enough quantities that can be safely extracted, the benefits are potentially massive. 6 trillion cubic feet of gas would give us a gas-fired power station the size of Medupi with electricity that was cheaper and cleaner. It has the potential to run gas-powered smelters and gas-to-liquids plants, which is a technology that South Africa has shown that it's good at. Through it all, there is the potential to create large numbers of jobs, not only in the actual fracking, but also in industries that will become possible with clean, abundant, and cheap energy. But none of this is imminent. Even if government gave the go-ahead today for fracking, it would still take something like 8 years until the industry could get into production. But all this is theoretical until government changes the disastrous new version of the MPRDA. That ensured that nobody would spend money on oil and gas drilling. Government has apparently promised to fix it as the bill proceeds through the NCOP. Frankly, this government's record on mining so far argues against it getting the regulatory framework right. This is an expensive business. A fracked well can cost $20 million US. Energy companies won't invest and develop our resources unless they can be sure it is worth their while. Then there is the infrastructure that government wants to be the only one building for a gas economy, pipelines and storage and distribution networks. The gas utilization master plan has long been promised, but has still not emerged. If government wants to control this infrastructure, it must get moving. The customary glacial pace is not sufficient. It is possible to be both consultative, considered, and quick. If there is a way to create hundreds of thousands of new jobs, as have been promised, this government should investigate it speedily. There should be no delay in exploiting a technology that could pull millions of our people out of poverty. And this would essentially be a new industry. From the beginning, it should be free of the taint of corruption, which has been allowed to infect our mining industry. If there is a suspicion that drilling licenses are being handed out to enrich pals of the ruling faction of the ruling party, this industry will find it hard to attract both investment and public support.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Deputy Minister of Mineral Resources.
Chairperson of the session, thank you very much for this opportunity. The Honourable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members of the House, ladies and gentlemen, shale gas extraction dates back to 1825, many years ago, and the production has been economically mined in other countries for well over 50 years, especially in the USA. There are thus important lessons to derive from these experiences, noting that South Africa is poised to become a potential major player in this unconventional gas exploitation. Hydraulic fracturing, which you now call fracking, remains a very topical issue that generates debate amongst those who are in support of the exploration for these resources and those who seek to protect the environment at all costs. Indeed, as government, we have taken cognizance of all matters raised by various parties and will continue to do so in line with the communication strategy that was approved by Cabinet on the 27th of May, 2015. According to preliminary studies conducted locally by Petroleum Agency of South Africa, PASA, and the United States Energy Information Administration, the main Karoo Basin of South Africa has between 30 to 500 trillion cubic feet, TCF, of technically recoverable volumes of shale gas. Should this be the case, then those will indeed be a true game changer for our energy mix in South Africa. But for us to be able to assess that properly, exploration has to start. I must say that exploration is not extraction. The second phase of the studies that we have done will be to try and explore and check the validity of the statistics that we have been given. It must also be noted that the resource extends to at least 5 provinces, namely Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, Western Cape, Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, and Ms. Dudley also has seen some applications from Mpumalanga. Honorable Pikenini and Lorima, have just reminded us of the most gas experience, which is now Petro SA, that started with 1 trillion cubic feet of gas reserves and employed 1,400 people directly with great other economic spin-offs for the country. As you know, members, Honorable Madish was talking about the skills. I'll remind you that when it comes to the IP, intellectual property on gas to liquid, developed by Sasol, we are experts in this. That's why we are sought after South Africa on this technology. So we're not running out short of skills when it comes to this one. Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Mineral Resources adopted a cautious approach to fully understand and appreciate the risks and opportunities that shale gas exploration and extraction present. The former Minister of Mineral Resources, Honorable Susan Shabangu, imposed a moratorium in 2011 to allow us time to gather more information through technical studies and scientific assessment. The moratorium was lifted 17 months later, and the 5 companies that had applied for this, members know their names already. Based on all this, an interdepartmental committee comprising of the DMR, Energy, Water and Sanitation, Science and Technology, Environmental Affairs, Council for Geoscience, and PASA, that was chaired by the DG of Mineral Resources, was set up in 2012 to strengthen the regulations and conduct a comprehensive international benchmark exercise of well-developed jurisdictions that began shale gas exploitation. As government, we are satisfied that the regulations that were published sufficiently address the recommendations contained in the report on in a report on the investigation into the social and environmental impacts of hydraulic fracturing. These studies were focused on the assessment of impact to ensure that sufficient capacity is developed through the acquisition of necessary knowledge and skills to deal with this process in a responsible manner. Having regard to the technical nature of the exploration process, environmental and water impacts, as well as socioeconomic impacts in its development were considered. Furthermore, to ensure that the necessary regulatory and enforcement tools are put in place in anticipation for licensing and further development of this industry. Through a process that included directors general from different departments as well as science councils, which include CSIR, SANBI, and Council for Geoscience, and later, the Strategic Environmental Assessment, CSEA, was a means of ensuring that systematic process is followed in order to provide an integrated assessment of decision-making framework and to enable South Africa to establish policy, legislation, and sustainable conditions under which shale gas development can occur. These regulations for petroleum exploration and exploitation have been concluded and were published in the Government Gazette in 2015. The regulations have indicated in great detail on technical process of hydraulic fracturing and further made the necessary reference to the legislative requirements for environmental protection provided in the National Environmental Management Act and water protection provided in the National Water Act. The regulations have gone a few steps further by ensuring the protection and in fact exclusion of the square kilometer array project in the Karoo, and for the first time made it a requirement that right holders disclose the chemicals used in the hydraulic fracturing process. Members, it must be emphasized that such a requirement is the first in all jurisdictions where hydraulic fracturing is used. It must further be mentioned that these regulations have been benchmarked with the most developed international jurisdictions on the subject matter that are leading in the areas of shale gas development. As a further implementation of the recommendations of the technical report on hydraulic fracturing, government has instituted necessary research on the subject matter in order to enhance our knowledge and capacity. The Department of Mineral Resources has, through the Council for Geoscience, in collaboration with PASA, instituted a baseline study on the geology and mineralogy of the Karoo Basin in order to assess and measure the availability of the resource and impacts on exploitation in the Karoo region. Also, the Department of Environmental Affairs has, through the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, also instituted a study for the environmental impact of hydraulic fracturing. The Department of Science and Technology has also, through the Academy of Science in South Africa, ASAF, concluded a study on the technical readiness of South Africa for shale gas development, which has been launched in November 2016. The Department of Energy, through the South African Energy Development Institute, SANEDI, is conducting a technical study as well on shale gas development in South Africa. So we have been very comprehensive in the studies on trying to do this. So the development of shale gas resources remain a critical element for the diversification of our energy mix in line with the National Development Plan. So it's not either this or, it's a mixture of all these capacities that we have as a country, especially where we embrace the concept of gas emissions, which threaten the future utilization of coal resources for energy generation, on which South Africa mainly relies on the electricity generation. Therefore, there is an urgent need for South Africa to ensure that our economic development goals remains viable and sustainable through the provision of constant energy resources, while maintaining shale gas resources can provide this balance and contribute to a national growth imperative as we strive for radical economic transformation. Honorable Nyambi highlighted some economic data especially already, and according to an econometrics report, shale gas development can address job creation, benefit the poor, stimulate the economy, and secure energy supply for South Africans. Furthermore, it estimates that a relative conservative find of 20 TCF could have an annual economic impact of 80 billion rands. Hundreds of thousands of sustainable employment opportunities could be created and have knock-on effects on producers, government, and consumers. Furthermore, shale gas could ease the energy deficit, making it cheaper for the country to grow and ensure a stable electricity supply. As I draw towards conclusion, the department has also received and is currently processing 5 applications for shale gas development, which are regarded as initial first applicants to pioneer and move forward the process of shale gas development. Furthermore, the department has, through the Mineral and Petroleum, or MPRDA, because you know it, bill, which has recently passed by the National Assembly and currently undergoing the NCOP process, enhanced the provisions relating to petroleum development in order to secure a win-win mechanism as the process for development evolves. The enhancement of these provisions has also been enhanced through Operation Pakisa. And it is anticipated that this initiative will drive forward the development of petroleum resources and provide necessary fiscal and socio-economic benefits, such as improving the balance of payment, community development, skills development, job creation for the benefit of South Africans, and particularly citizens who are in close proximity to operations and to reverse the evils of underdevelopment and poverty. I must mention that we take into account all the issues that are raised in terms of the water contamination, but we are trying to be on top of that as well, situation as well. And the issue that we have also met with some of the anti-fracking, like AfriForum, Treasure Karoo, we met them from 2014. We continue to meet communities, and we also take to heed that there is a manifesto that came from Atetiel. We'll try and get hold of that so that we do that. But it's also just a grandstanding to say that the ANC is responsible for all this environmental damage that was created under apartheid, where these people who are shouting here are quiet. It's only after 1994 that we introduced better environmental legislation. Before that, these loudmouths here who are shouting are the ones who actually damaged this environment, and they were quiet.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Thank you very much. That concludes the debate. The next item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Honorable MSA Masango. Honorable Masango.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. That the House notes with sadness the passing of Fidel Alejandro Castro Ruz, a towering figure of the 20th century and the commander-in-chief of the Cuban Revolution on the 25th November 2016 at the age of 90. Further notes that Fidel Castro, a Cuban revolutionary leader who built the first communist state in the Western Hemisphere, has suffered ill health since undergoing emergency intestinal surgery in July 2006. Acknowledges that President Castro maintained the independence and sovereignty of Cuba in the face of the vicious imperialist orchestrated campaign to destroy the impressive gain made in the Cuban Revolution. Further acknowledges that he stood up and strengthened his country during the harshest American blockade when there was colossal pressure on him. Recalls that under his leadership, the living standards of the Cuban people were vastly improved and millions of young Cubans were educated and skilled, and that illiteracy was eradicated and healthcare improved. Further recalls his international efforts, his steadfast commitment and support for the freedom in South Africa and the African continent, as well as his opposition to apartheid and imperialism. Understands that since democracy, Cuba and the Republic of South Africa have enjoyed a special bond founded on mutual interest and cooperation, and that President Nelson Mandela bestowed on President Castro the Order of Good Hope in 1998. Remembers that on the 4th September 1998, Fidel Castro addressed a joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, reflecting on the enormous responsibilities and historical task in creating the new South Africa. Further remembers that there are currently over 1,000 medical students who are pursuing a medical qualification in Cuba. Recognizes that the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa will consider sending a multi-party delegation to attend the commemoration funeral in Cuba. Salutes a courageous revolutionary, a visionary, and a legend, and extends its condolences, support, and gratitude to the people of Cuba. Thank you.
I now invite you, Honorable Masango, to take the podium.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members, fellow compatriots, thus do we, the people of South Africa, in this democratic People's Parliament, join President Zuma, Africa, and the whole wide world in lowering our revolutionary banners in the fond memory of El Comandante Fidel Castro, who departed to eternity at the age of 90. Our Deputy Speaker, Honorable Senodi, will lead a multi-party delegation to Cuba to attend the funeral and render a eulogy on behalf of Parliament. Fellow South Africans, sadly, the DA, which enjoy this freedom and grace the portals of this august house, for which Castro so selflessly contributed. Unfortunately, they refused to send their students to Cuba in terms of the existing formal bilateral cooperation of 1996, and are also refusing to attend his funeral. What a shameless lack of Ubuntu. Today, the ANC, SACP, COSATU, SANCO, and all other revolutionary forces join the world in mourning the passing of Comrade Fidel Castro. However, as we mourn his passing, we also celebrate the glorious legacy that he bequeathed to all progressive humanity. As members would recall, Castro was inspired by his progressive internationalism and the perspective he shared with the ANC of yearning for a humane, a just, a peaceful, and an equitable world order. Not only did Castro emboss an indelible footprint in the international political firmament from 1959 to 2008, but he was also undoubtedly a towering statesman of the 20th century. Not only was he brave, but he was also at the command of an incisive intellect. It was well known to both friend and foe that he didn't suffer any fools easily. Castro lived and died undefeated. Together with Kwame Nkrumah, J. Nehru, Kamal Neza, and O.R. Tambo, Castro championed the liberation of colonized Africa within the non-aligned movement during the Cold War. Fellow South Africans, in various solidarity campaigns and multilateral fora such as the United Nations, the anti-apartheid movement, Castro campaigned for the release of Nelson Mandela and the other political prisoners, the unbanning of the ANC, and the liquidation of the crime of apartheid. Cuba's military and logistical support to the ANC was a countervailing response to the adversarial aggression by apartheid South Africa in the frontline state. This was a response to combat the insidious total strategy intentions of Peter W. Botha and his securocrats. As we all remember, in November 1987, Castro deployed the Cuban soldiers who, together with FAPLA, the MK Plan, and Russia, inflicted a shattering defeat to the South African Defense Force at the Battle of Cuito Canavale. In a tribute to Cuba and to the gallant Cuban fighters who had come to the assistance of Africa's liberation struggle, Nelson Mandela said, and I quote, "Your presence at the reinforcement of your forces in the Battle of Cuito Canavale was truly of historic significance. The overwhelming defeat of the racist army at Cuito Canavale provided the possibility for Angola and Namibia to enjoy peace and consolidate their own sovereignty. The decisive defeat of the apartheid aggressors broke the myth of invincibility of the white oppressors. Without the defeat of Cuito Canavale, our organizations would not have been unbanned. The defeat of the racist army at Cuito Canavale has made it possible for me to be here," unquote. In its January 8 statement of 2012, the ANC correctly asserted that, I quote, "We pay a special tribute to the Cuban people and their government, who at great cost to themselves sent their most courageous sons and daughters to a continent on the other side of the Atlantic, not in pursuit of oil, minerals, diamonds, raw materials to exploit, but to defend the African Revolution and to help defeat an obnoxious system of racial oppression," unquote. His was a boundless spirit of generosity, and he was a warrior of global peace. At the invitation of President Nelson Mandela in 1998, Fidel Castro addressed this National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, respectively, where he received a standing ovation. In honor of his immeasurable contribution to our freedom, this indomitable, iconic hero was awarded the Order of Good Hope by President Mandela and the Order of the Companions of R.R. Tambo on the 27th of March 2009 by President Zuma. Honorable members, over the last 20 years, Cuba has partnered with us for the reconstruction and development of the post-apartheid South Africa. This cooperation is in the following areas: human settlement, public works, education, water and sanitation, arts and culture, defense, health, and international relations. South Africa currently has 300 students studying to become doctors in Cuba. 508 students have already qualified and are working as doctors, while another 55 Cuban-trained doctors graduated at VETS on the 18th July this year. This is an abundantly clear testament that this valiant hero, who not only helped us destroy the vexatious crime of apartheid so that the people could indeed govern, but also partnered with us to build a non-racial, a non-sexist, a democratic, and a prosperous South Africa. All these have been made possible by the progressive contribution of President Castro and the great Cuban people. We owe him a deep debt of gratitude. Whilst we applaud the current diplomatic detente between the USA and Cuba, we do also call upon the USA to remove its garrison in Guantanamo Bay and to lift the economic embargo. As we conclude, we convey our condolences to his family, his friends, and his compatriots. As Parliament, sithi khamba kuhle kakaramba yokutana. Long live the indefatigable spirit of El Comandante Fidel Castro. Long live. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Kado.
Honourable Chairperson, the DA extends its condolences to the government of Cuba on the passing of Fidel Castro, to members of the ANC whose organisation had a long and special relationship with Cuba during the struggle against apartheid, and to the millions of Cubans who waited for this historic event for over half a century. The last few days have seen an outpouring of grief from those who fought and supported anti-colonial struggles in Africa, Latin America, and Asia. For many, Fidel Castro was a revolutionary hero, an icon of anti-imperialism who, in the course of a long life, doggedly and defiantly championed their cause on the world stage. As President Jacob Zuma remarked of Castro in his tribute in Havana yesterday, and I quote, "He stood with us in solidarity, supporting our struggle. We knew that we could rely on Cuba, a trusted friend and ally of the oppressed," close quote. In the West, too, the self-styled standard-bearers of socialism have bowed and scraped and fawned and swooned while lauding El Comandante. The leader of the British Labour Party, Jeremy Corbyn, called Castro, quote, "a champion of social justice," close quote. He noted that, quote, "for all his flaws, Castro's support for Angola played a crucial role in bringing an end to apartheid in South Africa," close quote. There can be no doubt that Castro was a friend to the ANC and an ally of the oppressed in apartheid South Africa. Yet, that was not the totality of his life history. Amidst the euphemistic eulogies and honeyed homages, beyond the hackneyed verbiage of internationalism and solidarity, the world would do well to remember that at home, Castro was an oppressor, a torturer, and a murderer. His only daughter, Alina Fernandez, aligned herself with Cuba's dissident movement. She tried for years to flee the island before escaping in 1993. Disguised with makeup and a wig and forced to leave her own daughter behind, she traveled to America on a forged Spanish passport. Of her father, Fernandez simply remarked, and I quote, "Fidel is a tyrant," close quote. After defeating the Batista regime in 1959, Castro promised his people freedom from colonialism and dictatorship, but instead he hitched his fortunes to the Soviet Empire and established an autocracy at home. Castro demolished democracy, felled freedom, and obliterated opportunity, turning Cubans into the slaves of a post-colonial state. In this way, he was the very antithesis of his friend and fellow revolutionary Nelson Mandela, who battled a corrupt regime and led South Africa from an authoritarian state towards a constitutional democracy. Castro was a dictator, pure and simple. That is the correct term for someone who forbade free and fair elections, locked up his political opponents, ruthlessly controlled the media, brutally suppressed freedom of expression, religion, association, assembly, and movement, and handed over the reins to his brother when illness forced him to cede power. These are the bald facts of the Castro regime that history, for all the romantic revisionism in the world, cannot and will not absolve. In spite of his posturing about imperialism, Castro turned Cuba into a colony of the Soviet Union. He was prepared to sacrifice his people to a nuclear holocaust during the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962. This was an act of bloodlust and fanaticism that so appalled the Soviet leader, Nikita Khrushchev, the Cold War superpower was compelled to remove its missiles. Castro ordered and sanctioned so many thousands of executions and disappearances in Cuba that a precise number is hard to determine, but it runs into the hundreds of thousands. He built concentration camps and prisons on an unprecedented scale, filled them up, and jailed and tortured a higher proportion of his own people than most other modern dictators, including Stalin. According to recently released German intelligence files, Castro, a professed opponent of fascism, tried to hire former Nazi SS officers to instruct his army. He murdered more Cubans between 1959 and 1962 than Hitler killed Germans during his first 6 years in power. Castro persecuted gay people, forbade them from joining the Communist Party, and rounded them up in prison work camps. He was only too happy to get rid of them. Gays comprised a significant number of the 125,000 Cubans, worms in Castro's words, who were allowed to leave the island for the United States in the 1980 Mariel boatlift. Almost 1 in 5 Cubans was forced into exile to escape his reign of terror. It is estimated that nearly 80,000 of them lost their lives as they fled in rickety boats. Castro destroyed the Cuban economy and impoverished the vast majority of his people. Despite the much vaunted claims about Cuba's education and health systems, Castro's schools provided indoctrination rather than education. He created a two-tier health system. There was inferior medical care for the majority of Cubans and superior care for Castro and his henchmen. And on an island where about 2/3 of the population is black, today the civil service is estimated to be 70% white. Cuba's history, like South Africa's, is a story of the struggle against colonial oppression, a struggle for dignity. President Zuma stated in his funeral oration, and I quote, "We will remember Comrade Fidel as a great fighter for the ideal that the poor have a right to live in dignity. That is why the Cuban Revolution was and still remains an inspiration to South Africa and the world on how to achieve a better life for the poor," close quote. Castro was undeniably a staunch ally against apartheid, but this is precisely the wrong lesson to draw from his death. Castro stripped people of their dignity. He made them poor. The anti-colonial liberator turned into a post-colonial oppressor. Let us honor South Africa's own negotiated revolution and the memory of Madiba by upholding our constitution and its cornerstone Bill of Rights. Let us remember the bonds of a shared history with Castro's Cuba without them becoming the shackles of a future that lives in the past. I thank you.
Thank you. Mchabiseki, Shibambu.
Thank you, House Chair. The Economic Freedom Fighters stands here to commemorate, to celebrate, and to salute the life of the Commander-in-Chief of the Cuban Revolution, a revolutionary, the leader of the July 26 movement, and the de facto leader of the anti-colonial movement all over the world. Were it not for El Comandante Fidel Castro, the freedoms that have been attained in Angola, in Guinea-Bissau, in many other African countries, in Mozambique would have not happened. It was the sole role of the Cubans, under the capable leadership of El Comandante Fidel Castro, that the countries in the mostly Southern African component of our continent have realized their freedom. The Cubans did everything in their power. They surrendered their lives in order to realize the freedoms of the people in the African continent, but not only in the African continent. Cuba played a practical role, provided both ideological and military support in all the liberation movements that got to defeat colonialism. So we stand as the EFF to support and speak much more positively about El Commandant Fidel Castro. There are those who are giving a different narrative. The right-wingers will, of course, speak like that because they miss the colonial past. But we can talk today that Cuba's unemployment officially stands at less than 3%. And more than 99% of Cubans are literate, meaning that they are able to read and write. Life expectancy is close to 8 years for all the Cuban people. Infant mortality is less than 15 people per 1,000 deaths in Cuba. The health system is the most efficient, is the most responsive in Cuba. It trains thousands of doctors, not only for the people of Cuba only, but for the entire world. There's 23 medical schools in Cuba, and there's a ratio of 1 doctor per 155 people. A dream that is mostly associated with the so-called developed nations. Cuba has got a GDP ratio which is far much lesser in terms of per capita as compared to many countries that have got such developmental indicators. But Cuba is the most developed nation in terms of the impact on human life. And because that is a socialist victory and a socialist achievement, that is what we want to be in South Africa. We want to be like Cuba and South Africa. We unashamedly want to pursue a progressive socialist agenda that will bring about free education for all. And we want to caution the people of Cuba that the flirtations of the Americans must not fool you into believing that they are going to ever be your friends. The Americans will never be the friends of Cuba. They are always opposed to progressive change. That is why we stand tall here in South African Parliament to say that the Cuban flag must fly forever. The Cuban flag must never be undermined with the passing away of Comandante Fidel Castro. The people of Cuba must continue to fight for their freedoms. They must continue to support the underdeveloped nations of the world. They must stand in solidarity, not through messages of support, through practical support of the colonized world that are still experiencing neocolonialism. We will fight together with the people of Cuba because as part of that commemoration, the EFF was launched on the 26th of July in commemoration of the 26th July movement that is happening, what is led by El Comandante Fidel Castro. We say salute to El Comandante Fidel Castro. Thank you very much.
Mhlomphehi Mnqango.
Honorable Chairperson, it goes without saying that Fidel Castro Ruz is a continental hero in Africa, and today's condolence motion befittingly sets a precedent for this House in that this is the first time a condolence motion for a political leader outside of South Africa has been debated. But now that the floodgates have been opened, we are sure there will be many more such motions to follow. Fidel Castro's stance against political and economic dominance by the West, against all adversity, is in itself worthy of respect and admiration, irrespective of whether one agrees with his political views or not. Governing the Republic of Cuba as he did for 47 years is testament to this icon of communism. Whether this political ideology advanced or regressed the socio-economic standards of the Cuban people is a subject for another debate and not a condolence motion. Under Castro's leadership, Cuba's support for African independence movements was almost unparalleled. Today, South Africa and Cuba share a strong relationship forged in our own struggle for independence. In conclusion, and if I may use one of Fidel's quotes, in the hope that it finds resonance in certain quarters of the ruling party politics. He said, and I quote, I can assure you that my first and foremost interest is in my country, unquote. This should be one of our principal guiding lights as political leaders, for without it we are lost and our country will flounder. But let this not be the case, for it's time that we root out the rot. It's time that we start the process of reversing the damage done. Nothing is irreversible, but we must begin in earnest. We must begin now, and our condolences go to the family of Mr. Fidel Castro. I thank you.
Thank you. Mchabiseki, Mncwabe.
Thank you, Chairperson, honorable members. Today we pay tribute to the true leader of the poor and the working class. We bid a final farewell to the commander, the commissar himself, the people's hero, El Comandante Fidel Castro. We are bidding our final farewell to the enemy of the imperialist and white monopoly capital, the father of the Cuban Revolution. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to say we are paying our tribute to the true and faithful son of the African continent. The son of Africa because Commander Fidel Castro dedicated his life to the liberation struggles of many African states who achieved their freedom and their independence through his serious intervention in his Cuban forces. This is the reason why Africa is the mother continent to many Cubans, and Cuba is the mother country to many Africans today. Hlalo hloniphekile lihambile iqhawe lamaqhawe. Leli qhawe noma belungumuholi othandwayo futhi ohlonishwayo ezweni layo, kodwa belungumabizwa sabele eAfrika. Fidel Castro worked with many leaders of liberation struggles in Africa. Leaders like Samora Machel, Patrice Lumumba, Thomas Sankara, Oliver Tambo, President Mandela, and others. When Angola was moving towards its independence in 1975, the South African apartheid troops and CIA invaded Angola. The MPLA asked for help from Cuba. Fidel Castro did not ask as to what was going to be his material benefit in return, but immediately sent his 36,000 Cuban forces to Angola. Castro instructed his forces and said, and I quote, "A defeat to Angola would mean a defeat to Cuban revolution," unquote. Cuban doctors, teachers, and engineers made outstanding contribution in Angola. Sadly, more than 2,000 of them and soldiers lost their lives, and Fidel had to carry those dead bodies back to Cuba. Fidel Castro played an instrumental role in the liberation of South Africa, and even today our medical students are trained in Cuba. Honorable members, this is the man who defied the imperialist agenda to the last day of his life. We know very well that as we mourn the passing of this giant, the capitalists and imperialists are celebrating because they attempted more than 600 times to assassinate him, but dismally failed. The former president of USA, George Bush, has been quoted to have referred to Castro as, and I quote, "the tyrant who left the earth last week," unquote.
Thank you
Other
very
members
much,
do not care
Honorable
whatever
Member.
names the imperialists can
Order.
say to the late commander, but he
Your
will always
time
be in the
has
hearts of African
expired.
children. We'll
Thank you.
always salute him. I thank you.
Thank you. Ilunga elibekekileyo, Nkwankwa.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. On behalf of the United Democratic Movement, I join the millions here at home and abroad in expressing our deepest condolences to the Castro family and the people of Cuba on the passing of their former President Castro. One of the previous speakers highlighted some of the missteps of the struggle icon and revolutionary of our times. Yes, indeed, there were missteps along the way, as there always are in the project of nation building. However, as Sean Jacobs, a columnist of The Guardian, a British daily newspaper, put it recently, and I quote, that the great irony about the reaction to Castro is that many of the people demanding acknowledgement of his wrongs have never acknowledged that their governments were on the wrong side of history or sponsored dictatorships in many developing countries, end quote. To many of us, Castro was a freedom fighter and a revolutionary that supported, often at a great cost to Cuba, the liberation struggles of many African countries, which include but are not limited to Angola, Algeria, Cape Verde, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Mozambique, and our South Africa. Who can forget the humiliating defeat that the apartheid regime South African Defense Force suffered at the hands of the Cubans, which paved the way for the freedoms we now enjoy? In all these efforts, thousands of Cuban lives were lost for the cause of freedom in Africa. Borrowing the words from William Ernest Henley's poem Invictus, I would like to say, out of the night that covered us during our struggle days, black as the pit from pole to pole, we should thank whatever gods may be for Castro's unconquerable soul. Often those who want to minimize his achievements overlook his successes in defeating illiteracy, reducing infant mortality rates, ensuring that every citizen in Cuba has access to quality health care, including the fact that Cuba has one of the highest per capita number of doctors in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the fact of the matter is that death has robbed us yet of another great freedom fighter. We should, however, find solace in the shining legacy of selfless hard work he leaves behind. Uthixo makamenze aphumle ngonaphakade, amkhanyisele ngokhanyiso olungacimiyo. May his soul rest in peace. Ezinye izinto sazixoxa xa ingekho condolence motion. Siyabulela.
Thank you. Honorable Madisha.
Thank you very much. You know, for some amongst us, it would be necessary to really rise and cry because of what has actually happened in this instance. Why? Because he looked after some of us personally. I remember, I go back 17 years ago when one political party that I used to belong to, when I fell and I was in very serious problem, they took me to that particular country, and Fidel himself rose and would come to where he had put me, to that particular house with all the people that had to look after me, etc., and made sure that I was able to live and survive. I can never forget that. Now, I want to say that it's not time to cry for us as individuals, but time to cry for the very many people, both in South Africa and beyond our seas. Why? Because what Fidel did was to fight and make sure that he contributed for the freedom of the people, not only in his own country, not only in Africa, not only on African soil, but everywhere in South America, everywhere, wherever there were problems. And of course, victory he has been able to achieve, and victory even today because of what he was able to plow and plant is being achieved. The very many doctors that have been sent all over the world, the very many scientists and so on that have been sent all over the world to make sure that the people of the world are able to survive, that needs to be taken into consideration. Those of us who were able to move around the streets and roads of Cuba to see the kind of poverty that is there, can't really believe, even at this stage, that albeit that was the case, that man, that poor president, was still able to rise and say, we must do our best so that we can help the people of the world. And that is why I say, yes, if we here rise and say we must cry, then
Thank you very much.
all of
Your
us
time.
must be able to move together.
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Thank you. Honorable Dudley.
Thank you, Chair. The words, "For all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God," come to mind as I stand here today. And probably as a reminder to me and others like me that everything and everyone in this fallen world is in need of redemption. But very importantly, everything and everyone is redeemable. Until they leave the earth, that is, and go to meet their Maker. I did not know Fidel Castro, who is loved and hero-worshipped by many, especially in Africa, and I truly hope he found forgiveness and will be able to face his Maker. The ACDP offers condolences to all who are grieving the passing of Fidel Castro and to the many others who remember and experienced him as heading a regime responsible for the death toll from torture, prison, beatings, firing squads, machine gunning of escapees, drowning, etc., of more than 100,000 Cubans. Condolences for Fidel Castro today are a reminder of how, despite his methods, his success, personal magnetism, and commanding presence impacted the world, a world divided by worldviews that stand in stark contrast to each other. The ACDP hopes that while we mark the passing of Fidel Castro as a human being deserving of his dignity, we pray that affected people globally will choose to forgive, and that more and more people will embrace the freedoms of a democratic world. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Gallo. Is Honorable Gallo in the house? No? No, not according to what I have. No. Honorable Gallo, according to what I have, is there, you didn't inform me of the changes. Come, please.
The electronic system shows that these two are swapped around.
Oh, and then this one and this one?
And then this one and this one. Yeah, so it's first.
My apologies, Honorable Gallo. They did not give me the new speakers list. You may sit. It's now opportunity for the Deputy Minister of Public Works, Honorable Cronin.
Honourable Chairperson and fellow honourable members of the House. By 1945, with the end of the Second World War and the defeat of fascism and Nazism in Europe and militarism in Japan, a bloody first half of the 20th century drew to a close. At a global level, there was now a relative stalemate between the Western imperialist powers under the dominance of the United States and an emerging socialist bloc of countries. The first half of the 20th century had seen two catastrophic world wars, with much of the bloodshed occurring in Europe. But now, in the second half of the 20th century, the epicenter of the struggle for human justice, for democracy, for national self-determination shifted to the geopolitical south. Europe had been liberated, temporarily as it seems, from fascism, racism, and foreign occupation. But throughout the geopolitical south, their close cousins were alive. Various toxic versions of colonialism prevailed. Neo-colonialism, settler colonialism, semi-colonialism as in China, apartheid colonialism here in South Africa. Always accompanied by rabid racism. All of these were the order of the day in the global south. And it was in this context that in the late 1940s and into the 1950s that a new generation of popular, dynamic, and fearless revolutionary leaders emerged. Some were to die relatively young. Che Guevara, Patrice Lumumba, martyrs in struggle. Others survived into the late 20th century. Some of these had, however, lost their revolutionary vigor by this stage. but there were outstanding exceptions. Those who survived into the late 20th century with their authority, their humanism, and their reputation intact and enhanced. And among them were Fidel Castro and Nelson Mandela. Both were born into relatively privileged but poor families in the midst of deep rural poverty and under the scourge of oppressive regimes. In the case of Cuba, the island was a near-colony of the United States with supine and corrupt comprador local leaders. Havana was turned into a brothel and casino, the playground of the mafia, while the majority of Cubans were pressed into backbreaking work in US-owned sugar and tobacco plantations. As a young law student in Havana, Fidel moved increasingly in radical left circles. In July 1953, Fidel first came to national prominence within Cuba when he and a small group of fellow radicals launched an armed attack against the Moncada barracks. The attack was defeated, some were killed, and others, including Fidel, were captured. But the event served to galvanize a rising tide of opposition to the corrupt Batista regime. And in particular, it was the young Fidel's rousing speech in his trial from the dock, which was later published as History Will Absolve Me. A year later, Fidel was released. Batista, the despot, made the mistake of underrating Fidel. He was released on amnesty and went into exile. With his brother Raul, he teamed up with other Latin American radicals, including the Argentinian Che Guevara. They formed the July 26th movement and planned an armed liberation struggle back in Cuba. And in November 1956, in a rickety boat called the Granma, 81 armed revolutionaries set sail from the coast of Mexico to Cuba. The trip was planned to last for 5 days. And through their underground contacts back in Cuba, they had planned that there would be diversionary attacks in other parts of Cuba away from the selected landing area. These duly occurred, but the boat itself was so rickety that unfortunately the 5-day trip took 7 days as they were bailing out water and so forth, by which time their own plans had been uncovered and they were ambushed on landing. Once the survivors had regrouped in the Sierra Maestra, it was found that only 19 of the original 81 had survived, and these included Fidel and Che Guevara. And they were to become the core of a liberation struggle in the Sierra Maestra with the support from left-wing parties and trade unions in the towns and cities of the island. And this movement remarkably swept through the island in a very short time, arriving in Havana on the January the 1st, 1959. The dictator, Batista, fled to the United States with his suitcases stuffed with millions of stolen dollars. In February, Fidel was sworn in as Prime Minister of the country, and a series of radical reforms were quickly enacted. A cap on land holding was placed at 402 hectares. Foreign ownership of Cuban land was prohibited. 200,000 peasants within a matter of months received title deeds for their land. A mass literacy campaign was launched with college and university students suspending their studies for a year and going into the countryside to provide literacy to the peasants who had carried the backbone of the struggle against Batista. So they were not protesting against for fees to fall, but doing a patriotic duty and devoting a year of their studies to a solidarity effort of development in the deep rural areas. And it was dangerous as well. The counter-revolutionaries attacked them, some were killed and martyred in the process. Of course, the reaction of Cuba's near neighbor, the United States, just 90 kilometers away, was soon coming. Oil exports from the United States were cut back. When Cuba then was forced to import oil from the Soviet Union, the Shell, Esso, and Standard Oil refineries refused to refine the product. This was in the first few months after the revolution. Fidel's response was typical, and it was decisive. He nationalized the refineries. The US then cut Cuba's sugar export quota, and again the response was patriotic and decisive. The US-owned sugar mills were nationalized along with US banks. But Fidel Castro understood very well that the US would not be content simply to destabilize the Cuban revolution through economic and financial means, especially as these were clearly not working. And with every step to undermine them, the popularity of Fidel and the July 26 movement increased. And so Fidel realized that something worse would be coming soon. He doubled the size of the Cuban army, but more importantly, in September 1960, a people's militia known as the Committees for the Defense of the Revolution, the CDRs, was established. These were street and block committees. They were provided with basic military training, but also were responsible for community work, for home-based care visits and other things. They were genuine organs of popular power of the kind that we began to develop in South Africa in the 1980s, in the face of the massive repression that we were facing. By 1970, 1/3 of Cuba's population was involved voluntarily in these CDRs, block-based, street-based committees, a form of popular democracy quite remote from the Trump versus Clinton so-called democracy that we see, plutocracy that we see in the United States. And this was the decisive factor, this popular support and popular organization in the very survival of the Cuban Revolution, enabling Fidel to outlast 10 US presidents and 637 assassination attempts. In April 1961, the US launched the Bay of Pigs invasion, using Cuban exile proxies trained and armed by the CIA, with the US fleet steaming off the coastline and aircraft bombing Cuban infrastructure. A mass beach landing was undertaken. It was routed within a matter of days, with Fidel himself in the front line, leading at the front. He later said, "What the imperialists cannot forgive us is that we made a socialist revolution under their very noses." On the basis of these advances and the defense of the revolution in the face of a blockade which still continues, notwithstanding some amelioration under Obama, Cuba has made amazing social advances, which other speakers have referred to, in literacy, in healthcare. Infant mortality in Cuba is far below that of the United States. In technology, today Cuba is a world leader in biotechnology and in much else. Fidel was always a proud patriot, but like the revolution he led, he was also imbued with a deep sense of internationalism. He once put it, "The imperialists don't understand that our country is not just Cuba. Our country is also humanity." These were not just words. Over the decades, Cuba has selflessly deployed hundreds of thousands of doctors, engineers, soldiers to the Middle East, to Latin America, and indeed here to Africa. And what is especially remarkable about these deployments is that the Cubans have never asked for one single cent. They've never asked for mining concessions or for a slice of the business action in countries that they have literally saved from devastation, in countries, many countries in which thousands of Cubans lost their lives. As Southern Africans, we should honor this, and one's proud to see that the majority of political parties, but not all, are honoring this and do understand this. And we should know this better than most in the world. Soon after Angolan independence, the CIA, working out of Mobutu's Zaire, and the apartheid regime with its bases in occupied Namibia, then called Southwest Africa, planned a joint pincer movement to capture Luanda and defeat the freshly elected MPLA government. In 1975, Savimbi's UNITA, backed by apartheid South Africa, and Roberto Holden's FLNA, backed by the CIA, were literally on the outskirts of Luanda. And it was the dramatic arrival of 18,000 Cuban troops, airlifted and shipped in at the 11th hour, that literally saved the day. The history of Southern Africa would be quite different if that had not happened. In 1987, an even more decisive battle occurred in southern Angola at Cuita-Cuanavale. In the dry season of that year, Angolan government forces had advanced on Savimbi's Jamba headquarters, but they had overstretched their logistic supply lines, and the apartheid regime had been waiting for just this moment to launch a lightning motorized attack with the aim of definitively cutting off and defeating the Angolan government forces. And this plan nearly succeeded, and it was only frustrated by the technical capacity of the Cuban forces to rapidly build advanced airfields. The Cuban-piloted Soviet MiG jet fighters outmatched the apartheid Mirage fighters, and suddenly the balance of conventional armed capacity had shifted in southern Africa. The apartheid invasion forces no longer had air superiority, and they were forced to beat a hasty retreat back over the Namibian border. In 1988, within a matter of months, the New York Accords were signed, forcing the apartheid forces to leave Namibia, and in 1990, Namibia celebrated its independence. And our own negotiated transition here in South Africa commenced in the same year. As Fidel once said, the history of Southern Africa will be written as before and after Cuita-Cuanavale. But these advances in Southern Africa were to coincide with a dramatic global development, the collapse of the Soviet bloc of countries. Suddenly, after 3 decades under a US-imposed blockade, Cuba found itself deprived of its one lifeline, It couldn't import oil. Its own sugar exports collapsed. And by 1992, the economy had declined by 40%. The response of Fidel and the Cuban people was typical. It was not to surrender themselves into the hands of the IMF. It was not to abandon ship. This island of just 11 million people, faced with isolation, embarked on a heroic program of sovereign self-sufficiency. They moved away from the old neo-colonial dependence on monocropping, in their case, sugar and tobacco. They moved away from large, energy-intensive state and cooperative farms to smaller farms. They even replaced tractors with oxen and found that the latter were better for soil conservation. Deprived of access to extensive industrial fertilizers, they adopted widespread vermiculture. Important advances were made in localized solar energy resources and much else. By 2006, Cuba was the world's only nation which met the UNDP's definition of sustainable development, sustainably putting back into nature what it was taking out. Typically, Fidel internationalized this new direction. Cuba's energy and sustainability challenges, he said, were a forerunner of a global challenge and a global catastrophe facing humanity. As he never tired of arguing in the last decades of his life, if the entire world's population was to consume at the level of the average North American, then we would need 7 planet Earths. Simply not possible. The path of profit-driven, capitalist growth underpinned by imperialist aggression is simply unsustainable. It is, in fact, a crime against nature, and since we are all part of nature, it is a crime against humanity. Long live the memory of Fidel Castro, patriot, internationalist, humanist. Long live.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Honorable Gallo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. In a 1998 speech, the real Commander-in-Chief Fidel Castro told the South African Parliament during his first visit to the country that by the end of the Cold War, at least 381,432 Cuban soldiers and officers had been on duty or fought hand in hand with the African soldiers and officers in this continent for a national independence or against foreign aggression. Many Cubans also lost their lives in these wars. In 1987, the Los Angeles Times reported that 10,000 Cuban troops have been killed in Angola. Since 1976, proportionately much higher than American fatalities in Vietnam. Given this history, it was no surprise that one of Mandela's first trips outside South Africa after he was freed was to Havana. There in July 1991, Mandela referred to Castro as a source of inspiration to all freedom-loving people. I heard the leaders of the ruling party recently repeating the same quote now and again. While deeply mourning the death of the great leader, the real Commander-in-Chief Fidel Castro, we must ask ourselves as people that who are these people who are claiming to be the leaders of the poor masses in the continent, who will keep on quoting the great true leaders like Mandela, O.R. Tambo, Patrice Lumumba, Thomas Sankara, Steve Biko, etc., but are dismally failing the people in their own countries because of greed, corruption, and self-enrichment. As we are mourning the death of the Commander-in-Chief Fidel Castro, we must not forget the fact that as the poor masses in the continent, we are on our own. All the great, true revolutionary leaders are leaving us in abject poverty and in all other unfavorable conditions. Africa must unite and rise and do away with the corrupt, incompetent, and unethical leaders in the continent. The AIC conveys its deepest condolences to the family of the late Commander-in-Chief Fidel Castro. Death be not proud. I thank you.
Ra leboga. Mohlomphegi Tloyama.
Honorable Chairperson, only descendants of P.W. Border and John Foster and benefactors of American imperialism will not recognize the role played by Cuba. I must remind honorable members that the defeat of South African Defense Force allowed Angola as an independent state to train liberation forces, including Kondowesizwe. To the Commander-in-Chief, Fidel Castro, the world was blessed with a brave soul, a man who embodied selflessness, an internationalist indeed. The Angolan Revolution was nearly hijacked by CIA and apartheid puppets Jonas Savimbi. The intervention of Cuba under the leadership of Fidel Castro was decisive. His shrewd and fortitude leadership propelled forward the independence of Namibia. What we must take note is Cuba did all this without expecting returns. 2,000 Cubans lost their lives, but that never deterred Fidel Castro and Cuba to help their fellow brothers and sisters in Africa, Latin America, against imperialism and exploitation. Honorable members, we must use his untimely death to reflect in our own actions whether we are falling under bogus revolutionaries, pretentious leaders who want to steal from the poor, who hides behind rhetoric while their greed-grinding teeth are visible. Such rare moments should serve to reignite our resolve to defend our democracy at all costs. Rest in peace, Commander-in-Chief, a true revolutionary. Your brave deeds will forever guide us in our quest for a better South Africa. I thank you.
Ra leboga. Seboledi se se latelago ke Mohlomphegi Godi.
Thank you, House Chair, comrades and honorable members. The APC joins this House, millions of South Africans, the continent and progressive humanity in paying our heartfelt revolutionary farewell to Fidel Alejandro Castro Ruz. The poverty of the spoken words cannot adequately express our sorrow, love, admiration, and reverence of this giant, this revolutionary, this leader, this communist, this internationalist hero of the progressive forces the world over. Comrades and foe all agree that Castro was an inignorable factor. You cannot be neutral towards him. You either like him or not. This happens only in respect to people with a clear and solid perspective on the social question. In its dialectical existence, the socialist movement has produced cadres who have left an indelible mark in the collective memory of humanity. Like the inimitable Karl Marx, the master theoretician and tactician Vladimir Lenin, Chairman Mao, Uncle Ho Chi Minh, Kwame Nkrumah, Captain Thomas Sankara, Franz Fanon, Patrice Lumumba, Che Guevara, Malcolm X, etc. And you, Fidel, are amongst the leading figures in this august assembly. You have taught the world altruism, revolutionary internationalist solidarity. How ironic, a small island giving to the world selflessly much more than any other country. Your leadership, your steadfastness against all odds, emerging triumphantly, is a lesson to all. Many countries in the global south can bear testimony to the hand of solidarity that you extended. As many sing your praises, Comrade Fidel, in admiration of your leadership and the accomplishment of the Cuban Revolution, the APC wish to point out that actually you were no more than a loyal, devoted, and disciplined disciple of the cause of socialism. Instead of heaping endless praises to you, rather praise be given to socialism as well. For it is only this superior ideology that can produce people like you, Fidel, who put humanity first above all. Long may the Cuban Revolution live.
We wish President Raul Castro, the Communist Party, and the Cuban people endless years of success. We have a responsibility not to just admire and praise others, but to get onto the stage of history and make our mark. What more argument must we make for socialism? Look at Fidel Castro. Socialism is the panacea to poverty, unemployment, inequality, and racism. Long live Fidel Castro, long live.
Sithokoze isikhulumo esilandelako ngumhlonishwa Mbele. Order, honorable members.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. There is no doubt that Fidel Castro was a significant political figure, both in historical terms and on the world stage. The passing of Fidel Castro has evoked different powerful emotions from various quarters. To some, he was a revolutionary hero of liberation in anti-colonial struggles. And to others, he was a dictator, an oppressor, a jailer, and a murderer. He fundamentally altered the course of the lives and families of dozens of thousands of Cubans. Some of those lives ended up in prison camps or simply just ended, while others were lengthened by the universal primary healthcare system for which Cuba has become renowned. Many families benefited from Cuba's free access to education, and at the same time, many families were torn apart and lost parents, children, and siblings through political persecution, banishment into exile, and desperate fleeing to escape Castro's authoritarianism across shark-infested waters, many of them losing their lives by drowning. It is curious to observe, Chairperson, that there were no boats from the United States, Mexico, and other countries in Central America and the Caribbean powering their way towards this supposed model of communist revolution at the same time. Of course, as we heard from the past speakers, the reason for Castro's status in the eyes of so many was his promotion of decolonization, backed by sending not only troops to fight in struggles on our continent, as well as providing logistical and technical support, but also sending Cuban healthcare workers, teachers, and engineers to the continent and elsewhere. Now, it must be said, as a black South African and an African, I will give due regard and esteem to contributions to freedom struggles. However, as a gay man and a fierce believer in the primacy of individual freedom, I cannot ignore media repression, suppression of political dissidents, and state-sponsored homophobia. While President Nelson Mandela referred to Castro as a source of inspiration to all freedom-loving people, it is deeply lamentable and ironic that Fidel Castro denied the exercise and enjoyment of that same full freedom to his people at home, while he supported people in other countries.
Order, honorable members. I can hardly hear the member in the podium.
If we were in Cuba, this side of the house to my left would be in jail. And there would be no free media through which certain members could grab headlines with antics and rhetoric. The Honorable Cronin spoke about this eruption of popular support and popular democracy in Cuba under Fidel Castro. How do you know there is popular support, and how do you test it if you can't test it through multi-party democracy and open debate and contestation? The Honorable Cronin mentioned that the Cubans have never asked to be returned for the help they sent abroad. How could they ask? There is no free expression, and there is no freedom or means of international travel through which to convey those sentiments. What this debate comes down to, Chairperson, is this. It is frightening to see the celebration of the deprivation of the Cuban people in this House today. Many in this House seem happy to embrace that their freedom was bought and paid for with the suffering and oppression of the Cuban people.
Thank you very much. Your time has expired. I will now invite the Minister of Science and Technology, Honorable Pando, to close the debate.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. What we have just witnessed is the illustration of a desperate attempt to cast aspersions on a legendary leader. We as South Africa can do no less than dip our revolutionary banner in deep gratitude and admiration of Comrade Fidel Castro. We on the right of this House know prison. We know oppression. And it was Fidel Castro and his people who helped us to get out of that situation. Despite the rampant unfairness of the rabid imperialism imposed through the US blockade, President Castro courageously upheld a principled stance of resistance and struggle. The blockade and sanctions by the United States of America would have persuaded a lesser man to enter into compromises that would entrench colonialism and exploitation. Just as with the experience of the oppressed majority of South Africa, every effort was brought to bear in the intention to subvert the Cuban Revolution and the desire of the people of Cuba to determine their own fate. Assassination attempts, infiltration, support for dissidents, all in an effort to prevent Cuba from the freedom to determine its own destiny. With the support of the Cuban masses, Castro showed that it was possible for even the smallest island to embrace humanist principles and the ideology of communism. The US blockade, while difficult, allowed Cuba to find the best within itself and to focus on development initiatives in the absence of colonial aid and dominance. For Comrade Fidel, the strength of Cuba was the people of Cuba and their practical action in pursuing the key goals of self-determination, of national principles formulated by Cubans for Cuba, and the implementation of a national revolution that would root out Western colonial dependence and economic service to the interests located offshore. Today, Cuba has a vibrant health innovation sector, has free health care, develops its own technology solutions, has a fully literate nation, has free housing, and free and quality education. Comrade Fidel advanced and supported the struggles of countries in Africa, Angola, Namibia, countries in the Americas, Venezuela, Ecuador, Bolivia. To Castro, international solidarity was not a slogan. It was an ideal that he and the Cuban people translated into practical action. Our country has benefited from Cuban teachers of mathematics and science, Cuban doctors and engineers. Peasants in Venezuela and Ecuador benefited from the export of Cuba's literacy program to their countries. Our most successful literacy program, Caricude, was designed with Cuban support and has had a deep and lasting impact on our people, young and old. It was not only in the intellectual sphere that we experienced solidarity. Castro and his people joined the anti-apartheid and anti-colonial struggle, with over 36,000 troops deployed to Southern Africa to support our struggle for freedom. Castro is our hero. We have lost a true leader. Castro taught us that it is possible to live a life based on principle. He taught us that international friendship and compassion and concern about the oppression of fellow human beings are the bedrock of political action. We are fortunate to have the basis of such action in the Freedom Charter and in our democratic constitution. They are a foundation for development and struggle, just as communism and common humanity were the foundation for Castro. So let us honor Comrade Fidel by living a political life of service, of struggle, and resolute determination to embrace our humanity. The leadership of President Castro and the life of revolutionary ideals that he exemplified, as well as his contribution to international solidarity for the cause of humanity, must create a resolute will in all of us in this parliament to strive for the good of all. Furthermore, the benefits we derive from the Cuban people, led by President Fidel, oblige all of us in this parliament to do more for the marginalized and vulnerable of this world. We should commit ourselves to vibrant support for implementation of Agenda 2063, Africa's vision for the development of our continent. We might respond to this obligation by asserting that South Africa does not have financial resources for such a task. Cuba was never rich, has no mineral wealth, has inadequate land, yet they fought for our freedom. We must do the same for our continent. Our parliament must ensure development priorities mean a better life for all our people, that public resources are directed to public good and not to private greed. If we do just some of these things, we will be honoring the memory of a great leader and Comrade Fidel Castro. He would expect no less from each of us. We also owe it, comrades, to the Cuban people to continue our firm solidarity with them, to continue to be alert to neocolonialism and to fight it with the smart revolutionary strategy of Comrade Castro. We owe the people of South Africa the successful achievement of the high ideals of the National Democratic Revolution. And we owe Comrade Fidel our commitment to the struggle for freedom for all the peoples of the world. So as we remember him, as we call on him to rest in peace, let us remember the people of Palestine. Let us remember the people of Sahrawi. Let us remember all people who are not yet free. And just as we benefited from the courage of the people of Cuba, just as we stand here to celebrate the life of Comrade Fidel Castro, let us commit ourselves that all who are not free will enjoy the support of the Parliament of South Africa, that we will lend every resource available to ourselves to ensure that freedom is enjoyed by all. Let us not sit in our comfort and believe that because we are present here, the world is free. Let us not sit in our comfort and believe that our freedom was easily won. Let us recall that we would not be in this very august house were it not for the sacrifice of the people of Cuba. Cuba's people died on African soil, leading us to freedom. The fact that some of us stand here today and insult the memory of Comrade Fidel Castro is because he helped us to be free, to be able to stand in a democratic parliament and speak. So let us have the dignity and humility to appreciate that the freedom we have came from the sacrifice of many. And standing high among that many is the resolute figure and determination of a legend of Comrade Fidel Castro, who supported us to be where we are. As Parliament, let us remember those in the world who are not free. Let us make a difference to them, be it in the international domain and even in our own country. Just today, we debated the lack of access of our people to land. We stood here and made all sorts of sanctimonious statements about our belief that people should have access to land. Let us make those statements a reality. Let us not merely make them during debates about issues of land or economic empowerment. Let it be the role of this Parliament that the condition of the people of South Africa shall be different because we understand the mandate left to us by heroes such as President Mandela and President Castro, that our presence here, our practical action must lead to a different outcome for the vulnerable and marginalized of the world. Long live President Castro, long live.
Thank you, honorable members. That concludes the debate. I now put the motion. Are there any objections?
House Chairperson. House Chairperson, I rise and rule in terms of Rule 96B and would ask you to check whether there is a quorum in the House. It requires a third of members of the House to pass a motion. And I would ask you to check whether we are in fact quorate to pass this motion.
Okay. Order, honorable members. It is true, Rule 96 does speak to that, and I'm going to allow the bells to be rung for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Africa, South Africa. Kinako ya susu ya. Chupano, chupano, chupano. Kinako ya susu ya. Sonke bethu, super. Kinako. Ah, man. Hello. Yenzani menhle man zani man. Kinako ya kusuya. Angola, Angola, Angola. Kinako ya kusuya. Namibia, Namibia, Namibia. Kinako ya kusuya. Namibia, Namibia, Namibia.
Order.
Kinako.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, to ascertain whether we do have a quorum, as asked by the Chief Whip of the opposition, order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. I don't know what the noise is about, but I'm busy with the process. Honorable members, if you call for division, you must be 4, and the DA, they are 4. I mean, if they are ascertaining, yes, they are correct to be here. Honorable members, to ascertain the quorum in the House, I am going to request all members to go to their seats and vote from their seats. I mean, indicate from their seat their presence by pressing the yes button. You may press the no button if you want, but I would prefer, because it's not a vote, to press the yes button. Are all members in their allocated seats? Please press the yes button. Yes, everybody pressed from where they are allocated? We now, do you have a problem? Yours did not work? That will be considered by the table staff when they give us the results. One extra there that has got a problem. Honorable Shibambu?
No, thanks, Chair. Like the process is that for those who are asking for a vote, for it to go ahead, it must be ascertained or supported by at least 4 members of parliament. But when the voting process happened, those who are inside the House, all of them have got to vote.
Yes.
So I think that is the principal position, that the right-wingers want to sabotage the process.
No, Honorable Shibambu, let's not go there. Let's not go there, Honorable Shibambu.
Fidel Castro, but they must
no,
do
Honorable
that within the
Shibambu.
rules, so that we are not sabotaged in the manner in which it has been happening.
Let's not go there, it's fine. Honorable Shibambu, let me not take that, the second part, I'll take it as unheard. Honorable Steenhuisen?
House Chairperson, we're not calling for division or a vote. It was to ascertain whether there's a quorum.
Yes.
There's no use you passing your motion.
Yes, thank you.
If it's not a valid
Thank
resolution.
you. Thank you.
So I'm helping you.
All right. Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. This is a serious motion. It's not something we can play around. Honorable members, the members that have recorded their presence in the House now through the gadgets in front of you by pressing are 179. And for the quorum, we need 134. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to put the question. I now put the question. Those in favor of the motion. Oh, now I put the motion. Are there any objections? There is an objection. In the light of the objection, I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. The ayes have it. I don't think the ayes have it. Thank you.
House Chairperson, on the basis of item 10 and 11, would you record the objection of the Democratic Alliance?
Thank you very much. Will be recorded. Honorable Mutsecha, let me conclude with this. I'll give you a chance. Honorable members, the motion is thus carried. Thank you. Honorable Mutsecha.
House Chairperson, I just want to place on record that the National Democratic Society that we want
Honorable Mutsecha, is that a point of order?
No, I'm putting a matter on record.
Honorable Mutsecha, please, don't, please. You either rise because Rule 92 that is always quoted allows you to stand. But the same Rule 92 tells you what to do once you are granted the permission to raise a point of order.
Point of privilege. Point of privilege.
A point of privilege?
Yes.
Rule, yes.
Honorable House Chairperson.
Yes.
We are in this house because we want to build a national democratic society which is united, democratic, in which the value of every citizen will be based on our common humanity that Fidel Castro stood for.
Thank you.
To put such a matter to vote means that we have in this house people who are inhuman, immoral.
Okay, no, Honorable Mutsecha, you made your point. You made your point.
House Chairperson.
Honorable Mutsecha, you have made your point, and
House
I don't think we have to criticize each other. Everybody in this house has a right to do what he feels he can do. Thank you very much.
House Chairperson.
Yes.
I rise in terms of Rule 31 as well, if I may, and following on from the Honourable Mutsecha. It's called democracy, and that's what it's about. Freedom to decide of your own volition.
I think...
Better get used to it. You don't live in a totalitarian dictatorship like you would love.
Thank you very much. I think I made that very clear, that we cannot stop anybody from working or talking within the rules of this house. Thank you very much. Honorable members, the next item is, Honorable Shibambu, on what point are you rising?
The procedure of the House is that when a condolence motion has been passed, what you must say from the chair there is that the presiding officers associate with the condolence motion. And then we call on the House to rise to observe a moment of silence and commit that we are going to communicate to the people of Cuba, to the embassy, that we are sending a condolences as the Parliament of South Africa. That is the procedure that we must be following now, so that those who are going to Cuba must officially communicate on behalf of Parliament that we have passed democratically a condolences motion. Can we please engage in that process?
Thank you very much for the reminder, Honorable Shibambu. Honorable members, The motion having been agreed to, being a condolence motion, and I'm going now to ask the members of this House to stand up in a moment of silence. Thank you very much. You may be seated. The presiding officers of this House associate themselves with the motion, and the motion will be delivered to the family of the fallen hero. Thank you. Honorable Chief Whip.
House Chair, in the motion that was read in the House, there is a reference to the multi-party team from this Parliament led by the Deputy Speaker that will be going to Cuba and be part of the memorial funeral this Sunday. I therefore move that this message that Parliament, this condolence that this Parliament has passed today, be given to the Honorable Deputy Speaker together with the delegation on behalf of this Parliament to give to the people of Cuba. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any objections to what the Chief Whip of the majority party is proposing? No objections. Agreed to. Thank you very much. The next item on the order paper is the member statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to to make a statement?
Yeah.
Can I start here, Honorable Ramatlanan? No, you'll come later, Honorable Masle.
Speaker, we have long maintained that the DA is dishonest about its intention to transform the white-dominated party into a truly non-racial party. African and colored South African should wake up to this reality and realize they are being used as voting folder to all as part of the masterly crafted state-managed operation by the DA. The DA has always been and is still a white party with a white leadership. The last week, the DA ran elections for his whip caucus. When you look at their list that was circulated as a slate of the DA caucus election, you will see true colors of the DA. It shows how the white leadership schemed to maintain the control of the DA whippery. One colored, two African, namely Honorable Rabutabi and Kopani, were ranked number 12 and 13 position right at the end of the list. All other African MP were placed below their electability by white-dominated leaders, schemed, of course, by the inner cabal of the chief whip of the opposition. Yet the DA hoodwinked many unsuspecting voters to believing that the DA is a non-racial party. Now it's clear the Honorable Maimani is just token leader, willing to be part of the party where a tiny group of white males remain in family control. The ANC remained the only non-racial, non-sexist democratic party in South Africa.
DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, the DA will request the Standing Committee of Public Accounts to summon the Minister of Transport, Depoa Peters, to present a plan on how she will hold all relevant parties accountable following the revelation by PRASA yesterday that 142 PRASA contracts worth 24 billion are being investigated for possible corruption. Yesterday, the DA interrogated Popo Molefe, PRASA board chairperson, over 13.9 billion irregular expenditure recorded for the financial year. We need to note, House Chairperson, that the PFMA, which gives effect to measures to both transparency and expenditure control in our public entities, does so by introducing the GAP. These practices, together with transparency, lacked in PRASA. Adequate expenditure controls were virtually absent, and to top it all, a lack of consequence management is evident. PRASA was one of 6 entities and departments responsible for over 50% of the irregular expenditure in the 2016 financial year audit outcome. With political leadership and oversight lacking in PRASA, and the entity recording a loss of 2.8 billion for the last financial year, the DA will request the committee to call the Minister to account for the lack of political oversight at PRASA. Indeed, House Chairperson, PRASA is indeed a risk to the fiscus and has left the commuters of South Africa in the lurch. I thank you.
Thank you. EFF?
Thanks, Chair. The economic freedom fighters continue to celebrate the towering memory of Comandante Fidel Castro, the former president of Cuba. We honor him for defying the odds, for teaching us that the revolution is not a bed of roses, and that a revolution won't be easy, but a harsh and dangerous undertaking, particularly in the initial phases. We acknowledge that against all odds, he introduced a national health care system that to this day guarantees all Cubans free medical care, and that he placed a welcome emphasis on education for his people. For all Cubans, healthcare is completely free. Cuba created the meningitis B vaccine in 1985, and later the vaccine for hepatitis B and dengue. Under him, a country that was 70% illiterate before the revolution now is filled with people who read, write, think, and analyze. Cuba's reorganization and expansion of the educational system in the early 1960s also made education universally accessible and increased investment in people's development. As a result, Cuba moved from 5th place in Latin America in terms of literacy and school enrollment in 1970 to first in 2007. That is an incredible achievement. Cuba was the first country to sign and the second to ratify the Discrimination Against Women's Convention. Rest in perfect peace, Commander Fidel.
ANC.
The African National Congress welcomed the recent launch of a major clinical trial of an experimental vaccine against the HIV/AIDS virus, which scientists hope could be the final nail in the coffin for the disease. More than 30 years of efforts to develop an effective vaccine for HIV have not borne fruit, but for the first time since the virus was identified in 1983, scientists think they have found a promising candidate vaccine. It is one of the biggest clinical trials involving the disease ever undertaken and has revived hopes for a breakthrough in the battle against HIV/AIDS. The new study, known as HVTN702, will involve more than 5,400 sexually active men and women aged between 18 and 35 in 15 areas around South Africa over 4 years. The safety of the South African vaccine has already been tested successfully over 18 months on 252 volunteers. The new study aims to test its effectiveness as a virus killer. Chairperson, the NDP clearly spells out that we must markedly reduce the burden of disease because it is too high a burden for the nation to carry. HIV and AIDS is having a devastating
Remember, your
impact.
time has expired.
Thank you. Thank you.
IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. As we mark World AIDS Day today and note the strides that have been achieved in South Africa in respect of the treatment of this dread disease through the supply of antiretrovirals, I wish to raise the plight of those who are not so fortunate from a treatment perspective and require palliative care during their final days of a terminal illness. The demand for hospice care for the terminally ill in South Africa is already very large and growing on a daily basis. A number of non-governmental hospice organizations provide such care. With the Cancer Association of South Africa predicting a 400% increase in the incidence of cancer in the next 45 years, one can easily determine that in the next half a century, South Africa could be seeing 500,000 people being diagnosed with cancer annually. Hospice care seeks to provide the best quality of life for patients and their families, which in itself is the goal of palliative care. Our hospices desperately need government's continued and increased support, which is a move that we as a House should support. Thank you.
Freedom Front Plus.
Geachte adjunct speaker, PRASA is die nuutste staatsentiteit wat besig is om in duie te stort onder die ANC-regering danksy kaderontplooiing, korrupsie en wanbesteding. Dit het gister duidelik geword dat meer as 124 kontrakte ondersoek moet word van meer as 24 miljard rand, dat reeds uitgewys is dat meer as 13 miljard rand betrokke is by wanbesteding, vrugtelose uitgawes. Hoe kry julle dit reg? Hoe doen julle dit? Daar is feitlik nie 'n instelling van enige aard waar die ANC betrokke is, wat nie onderwerp moet word aan 'n sogenaamde omkeerstrategie nie. Jy keer tog nie 'n ding om wat reg is nie. Jy keer tog nie 'n ding om wat in die regte rigting beweeg nie. Maar telkens moet daar 'n omkeerstrategie wees. Ek onthou op 15 Julie verlede jaar 'n groot perskonferensie waar die persoon, die hoofingenieur van PRASA uitgestal is, meneer Daniel Mthimkhulu, wat aangebied is as die groot ontwerper van die Afro 4000 lokomotief. Ons weet wat sy totale fiasco dit was. Hy was toe 'n fraudster, 'n bedrieër, wat nie kwalifikasies het nie, wat homself voorgehou het as 'n man met 'n doktorsgraad en 'n kwalifikasie as ingenieur. Hy's 'n bedrieër, hy's aangekla daarvoor. Hoe op dese aarde kry julle dit reg? Telkens word miljarde rande op hierdie manier vermors. Die ekonomie bloei homself dood as gevolg van onbevoegdheid, incompetence en kaderontplooiing. Doen dit 'n slag reg. Dis nie so moeilik nie, probeer asseblief.
ANC.
On the 8th to the 9th December 2016, the National Interfaith Council of South Africa, NICSA, will commemorate the life and times of the Reverend Mangena Mahake Mukoni at the Freedom Park in the city of Tshwane. Mukoni was born in 1851 at Wokara in Zanin, Limpopo province. Reverend Mukoni founded the Ethiopian movement in October 1892. Our icon Nelson Mandela said that the seeds of the African National Congress were planted in the Ethiopian movement. His Ethiopianism provided the moral vision that underpins our constitutional democracy. No wonder that the democratic state awarded Reverend Mukoni the National Order of the Baobab in gold for his contribution to the development of the African Ethiopian liberation theology that provided the revolutionary moral vision for the founders of our democracy. Reverend Mukoni based his Ethiopianism in Psalm 68 verse 31, which called for African redemption. The revolutionary morality, Mukoni laid the foundation for Pan-Africanism and the African cultural renaissance. This revolutionary morality, championed by, among others, Commandant Fidel Castro, calls on all of us, especially faith-based organizations, to work together to build a moral and ethical society that is free of racism, sexism, xenophobia, religious
Honourable
and
Member,
other
your
forms
time has
of
expired.
intolerances. I thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Cope. Not there. ANC.
Gerrit Sibanda, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Gerrit Sibanda Skills Development Center opens. ANC believe the skills development centers, especially in rural communities, are vital for the socio-economic development. The recent launch of the Gerrit Sibanda Skills Development Center by the Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training, Mr. Mduduz Manana, demonstrates that as government we are committed to skilling marginalized communities in order to transform our country's economy. The center has already begun training of 200 youth in community house building L2 qualifications. Students have received theoretical training at Gerrit Sibanda TVET College. On the day of the launch, 19 of these students officially graduated as they have successfully completed both theoretical and practical requirements. The construction of the skill center was used as the practical workplace for the students. This is the government's intervention to bring skills development and training to underserved communities in a bid to expand access to post-school education. I thank you.
DA.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. I rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance to ask this House to join us in the commemoration of World AIDS Day. In this regard, we ask the House to remember all those who have tragically lost their lives, affirm those 7 million South Africans living with the virus, and celebrate the achievements made this year in improving HIV/AIDS treatment, as well as toward the development of a vaccine and cure capable of defeating the scourge. We recall the pioneering work undertaken by the opposition-led governments of KwaZulu-Natal and the Western Cape in extending antiretroviral treatment to the people, or to our people, at a time when it was not yet national policy to do so. We commend the national government for developing these provincial treatment campaigns into what is today the world's largest and most extensive treatment campaign. We specifically commend those treatment programs aimed at protecting the most vulnerable in our society. One such program, known as We the Brave, assists individuals in making better sexual choices by destigmatizing sexual practice and providing a host of both HIV negative and positive role models. Another such program, which has progressively extended pre-exposure prophylaxis, or PrEP, to sex workers, will also save countless lives and support our objectives of achieving an HIV-free generation. We therefore call on the Minister of Health to resist any and all attempts to curtail spending on these vital programs, which have rightly become a source of national pride. We are in this together, and together we can conquer this. Thank you.
EFF.
Yeah, it's AIDS Day. The EFF joins the international community in the united call to raise awareness about the spread and impact of HIV/AIDS. Extraordinary scale-up access to ARVs in South Africa has reduced AIDS-related death. According to the United Nations AIDS Update Report on May 2016, the global coverage of ARVs reached 46% by the end of 2015. Globally, more than 18 million people have access to treatment, with more than 3 million people have access to treatment in South Africa. While the progress is commendable, there are more than 19 million people globally who are living with HIV by the end of 2015 who do not have access to ARV treatment. Access to primary health care is at the center of making sure that 19 million people who live with HIV get access to treatment, particularly in the rural and impoverished communities. Society must still wage a battle against the stigma associated with HIV/AIDS, which forms part of the problems in combating the pandemic. We call on these companies to stop discriminating people living with HIV/AIDS and denying them employment and access to service. Finally, the EFF calls on research to be intensified in Africa for the actual treatment, unlike the current ARV that only suppresses the virus and not only actually treating it. Thank you.
Thank you. ANC.
ANC congratulates South Africa's ambassador in Vienna, Mr. Tebogo Sekolo, on his election as the chair of the International Atomic Energy Agency Board for the period October 2016 to October 2017. This is a milestone considering that the last time South Africa chaired the IAEA board was in 1959. The Vienna-based IAEA was established in 1957 with South Africa as one of its founders. It currently comprises 171 member states. The Board of Governors is the major policy-making organ of the IAEA in between the agency's annual general conferences. It is made up of 35 member states, with South Africa serving as one of the permanent members. The board provides strategic oversight over the activities of the secretariat led by the Director General. South Africa is highly regarded by the IAEA member states due to the development of its peaceful nuclear program. Through the power plant in Quebec, the country generates 5% of total electricity supply from nuclear. South Africa is the second largest producer of medical isotopes, which are used in the diagnosis and treatment of cancer. ANC believes the election of Mr. Sekolo is an affirmation of South Africa's leadership role on the world stage in general, and specifically on matters of nuclear disarmament, nuclear non-proliferation, and the peaceful uses of nuclear energy. I thank you.
Agang SA.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members. Allow me to formally charge our Honorable President Jacob Zuma. Let me read the charges. Honorable President, I charge you with dishonesty, lack of integrity. I charge you with embezzlement of taxpayers' money.
Honorable
You
Deputy
have
Speaker.
put our democracy
Honorable
at risk.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
You have surrendered our institution into...
Honorable Deputy Speaker, point of order.
Yes, take your seat, honorable member. Yes, honorable member.
It can be a member statement, Chair, but this thing must come through a substantive motion as per Rule 84. As per Rule 84. We cannot have this.
Yes, honorable member. Hujwalo Ndate. The rules require you to do it by a substantive motion. You can't do it through a statement.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, this is a figure of speech.
We did say figure of speech or any literary device. It must not be unacceptable in its content and substance.
Let me continue, Honorable. May I continue, Deputy Speaker?
Oh, no, honorable member, only if you don't repeat any of what you said. In fact, you should withdraw them.
All right, okay. Honorable Deputy Speaker, you have surrendered our institution into cabals, ruthless oligarchs. You have mismanaged our economy beyond measure. You have
Honorable
created-
Speaker, on a point of
Yes.
order again. All right, I'm rising on Rule 78, sub 3B.
Yes.
There's no one who can cast aspersion on the presiding officer when he's sitting or authority thereof.
Honorable member, we requested you also to withdraw, please. Ma'am.
Honorable Deputy Speaker,
Are you going to withdraw?
whatever you say, I will withdraw, but I don't know what I'm withdrawing, because what I'm saying here is what is actually happening in our country now.
Honorable member,
But
let's
I
not
withdraw.
debate that because the rules are explicit.
Okay.
The rules don't say things are not happening. All it says, if you must say it, there's a way you must do it. There's a process you must do it. That's all the rule says. It's not disputing whether it's your opinion or you want to say it here. How you say it is what matters. Follow the rules. And if you don't, as you have not done so earlier on, you must withdraw, as you said.
Can I continue, Deputy Speaker? Honorable Deputy Speaker, this abuse must stop really.
Yeah, honorable members.
We are fighting abuse, but it seems it is taking place in this parliament.
No. Honorable members, please don't harass a member. Honorable members, don't generalize. Honorable. No. Honorable member, I'm speaking.
I'm helping you.
No, I don't need help, man. I'll invite help if I
It's
need
the
it.
ram corner that's troublesome.
Honorable Filtani, please, man. Don't just.
Deputy Speaker, I withdraw. I really don't enjoy disruptions. I withdraw. Can I continue, Deputy Speaker?
Continue, honorable member. Continue, honorable member.
Yeah, but Honorable Deputy Speaker, you really must give us a dictionary because we'll end up not saying anything. I don't know what is right and wrong from Parliament.
Just read your rules. Your rules are your best guide. You don't need a dictionary.
Let me finish. It's only one sentence.
Go ahead. We're listening to you.
You have allowed our country to be hijacked by scoundrels, unsavory characters. These charges are very serious, Mr. President. These charges warrant you to resign. Hopefully, you will give us a Christmas present and leave the presidency. I think.
Point of order. Deputy Speaker, point of order.
Yes, honorable member.
You are speaking again about presiding officers, Rule 78, 3B, so you have to withdraw what you said.
Withdraw, Deputy Speaker.
All right.
Okay. All right. Honorable members, all right.
Deputy Speaker,
DA.
on a point of order,
Yes, honorable member.
the honourable member from Mahang wasn't talking about a presiding officer. He was referring to the president. It's two different things. Maybe the member should read their rules.
Yeah. All right.
There's no need to withdraw anything.
Yeah, okay. Honorable members, let's proceed. DA.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I recently inspected the construction site of the new Zeitz Museum of Contemporary African Art, which is said to become the biggest of its kind on the African continent, as well as the construction site of the new cruise terminal at the V&A waterfront. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this new development at the V&A waterfront, which was also recently nominated for the World Travel and Tourism Council Destination Award, will contribute immensely to the tourism infrastructure of our country and represents a total investment of 4.5 billion rand. The DA has been submitting motions to Parliament regarding the issue of cruise tourism and has pushed for it to be included in the National Tourism Strategy Plan as a crucial job-creating industry. In our motions, we've motivated that the cruise industry has the potential to provide massive economic benefits, not only to the port city, but to the country as a whole. Mr. Deputy Speaker, currently the construction of this African Art Museum employs 1,500 people a day, and when construction of the hotel precinct will commence, 2,500 people will be employed. With this also, additional hundreds of jobs will be created with the new cruise terminal. This is a massive boost to employment in the region and sets the example for the rest of the country. Thank you.
ANC.
Thank you, Chair. One of Parliament objective is to represent the people through public involvement and building a responsive People's Parliament. This function is guided by Chapter 4 of the Constitution, which mandates Parliament to facilitate public access and involvement in its processes. Members of Parliament must ensure that Parliament fulfill this objective by providing service to the public of Parliament constituency offices. In line with this, the Parliamentary Constituency Office 601, under the caretaker of Member of Parliament Mandisa Machoba, in partnership with Film and Publication Board, FPB, on Thursday, 24th November, held a successful senior citizen event. About 1,200 elders attended the event. On the following day, Deputy Minister Stella Ndabeni handed certificate to a group of about 50 who were doing leadership awarenesses, campaign against children, and supervised the use of internet and social networks. Topics covered included cyberbullying and internet safety. Tomorrow Minister Tina Jomat will host an event of senior citizens in the second constituency office in Guguletu. Chairperson, I would like to thank you, the Ward 37, 38, 39, especially Councillor Yozi, with the special thanks to Nyanga Police Station and the Film and Publication Board. I thank you.
Honorable members, if I'm not wrong, that concludes the member statements. Let's get ministerial responses. Honorable Davis, Honorable Landers, Honorable Masuku.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, Deputy Speaker. I wanted to just respond to the statement by the Honourable Mulder. And I don't know the details of the PRASA tenders that he's speaking about, but I have no hesitation in saying that if there's corruption, it needs to be rooted out vigorously so that we can ensure that there is integrity in procurement processes. But I do want to say that I think that there are two policy instruments that members of his party opposed, localization and the Black Industrialist Program, which have actually contributed to a positive story in the railway sector. Through localization, we've got companies like General Electric, and I engaged with their executives in New York, and they told me that apart from South Africa, they do not have any manufacturing plants anywhere outside of the United States. Because of our localization program, they brought a factory here, and their local executives will tell us they're very happy with their experience. The second one is we launched the Industrial Policy Action Plan this year in a factory called Gestro in Ekurhuleni, owned by a Black industrialist who's taken our incentives to upgrade the equipment so that he is now making the railway castings, the castings for railway wagons and locomotives. There is a positive story. That's behind the decision of the African Union to designate South Africa as the locomotive manufacturing center of the African continent. So it's not all doom and gloom. There are some good things that are happening as well. I don't know, our members of the executive that are responsible for health matters are of course deployed today on the various activities in connection with World AIDS Day. But I think you can take it for granted that members of the executive associate with all the points that are being made in the various statements about the importance of World AIDS Day. It is indeed a day where we look at the successes we've had and also the challenges and the things that we need to do better. So I think that you can take it for granted that we associate with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Landers.
Sabotage. EFF sabotage. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we join in the Honorable Kenya in welcoming and applauding the election of His Excellency Ambassador Tebogo Siokolo as Chair of the Board of Governors of the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, which is one of its policy-making organs. The International Atomic Energy Agency is a multilateral body with the responsibility to promote the safe and secure use of nuclear science and technology for peace and development. South Africa is renowned for its leading role in nuclear disarmament, nuclear non-proliferation, and the peaceful uses of nuclear energy. And as the Honorable Kenya pointed out, South Africa is the world's second largest producer of medical isotopes, which are used in the diagnosis and treatment of cancer. More importantly, South Africa exports this life-saving treatment to over 60 countries. And so this is a matter for celebration in this House. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Masuku.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Manana, thank you very much for noticing this wonderful development in Garsibande. It is not the only initiative in this region. It is linked to a bigger plan.
Honorable Masuku, address me, please. She will hear you.
It's linked to a bigger plan. The Department of Higher Education, together with the TVETs of Garsibande and EDD, we work together to facilitate a link between industry and TVETs. Just recently, Garsibande TVET has just entered into an MOU with SOSOL towards establishing an ideal college. They work together to develop a curriculum that facilitates the production of industry-linked skills. They are going to facilitate exposure of student and internship. They also have an exchange of technical skills. This also has got the biggest number of engineers in that particular in South Africa. They also have committed to support community skills development centers like this one. And they have committed to mobilize other industries to join in to do so. And this is not the only initiative that is going to be there. We have just signed another one in Tanzania. We are also going to have another one in Kangala. And in this weekend, all the TVET councils were meeting, and they have invited us, and they have committed that we should come and work with them in all the provinces to be able to replicate that. And the Deputy President have instructed that we do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any further ministerial responses?
Deputy
None.
Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker, under Rule 132, it was allowed for 6 ministerial responses. We've only had 3.
Yes.
There are other ministers in the House and deputy ministers that do not want to respond to member statements.
Yes, the observation is correct, but they would have indicated otherwise. So, yeah, okay. Honorable members, that concludes ministerial responses, as I said. The last item on the... No. What notice is it? That's the last item. I thought you didn't. Honorable members, the last item is notices of motion. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a notice of motion?
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker. Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Oh, okay.
I move on behalf of ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates mechanisms geared at expanding the capacity of the Department of Labor and other authorities to ensure full compliance with labor laws. I so move.
Thank you. DA?
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates Minister Mbalula's chronic absenteeism from oral questions in the House. I so move.
Okay, EFF?
Ndiphakama egameni le-EFF ukuba le ndlu ixoxe ukuba ingaba uMzantsi Afrika uyadinga na ukuba nosekela abaphathiswa xa sinoqwalasela inkcitho yemali ingakumbi xa ujonga ubufede babo ekuphenduleni imibuzo elula ejongene nemisebenzi yabo ngokwe-department abazikhokelayo abangakwazi ukuphendula. Ndiyaphakamisa, Nkosi.
ANC?
Thank you, Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates combating the abuse of human rights and exploitation of farm workers and provide support and advice to communities living on farm. Thank you.
Thank you. IFP?
Sekela Somlomo, noting the gross human rights violations meted out by the People's Republic of China and the Republic of China, Taiwan, and Tibet, I hereby move on behalf of the mighty Inkatha Freedom Party that at its next sitting, the House debates the need for the Republic of South Africa to abandon its support of the One China policy and support the struggle of freedom, democracy, independence, and self-determination of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and Tibet. I so move. Thank you.
NFP? ANC?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates fast-tracking of the central application services to address the challenges of registration of students at higher education institutions during the registration period. I thank you.
UDM?
Ndiphakama phansi kwegama lombutho wam i-United Democratic Movement. Sibonisa ukuthi usiphatha kabuhlungu loba ukuba kufuneka sigqale ulwimi nendlela esithetha ngayo kule ndlu yowiso-mthetho. Sizijonge ngakumbi ezi zinto ngeelwimi ze-Afrika kuba umzekelo eli gama lithi stupid lithi uthetha ubuqihela, ubusamfumfu, ubudenge, ubushexelele ngesixhosa kukuthuka. Urubbish lo parliamentary uthi uthetha inkunkuma. Andiqondi ukuthi xa sakwazi ukwenza loo nto ingaba kanti parliamentary sithi mayike igqalwe le nto ingajongwa ngesiNgesi kuphela ijongwe nangeelwimi zesintu kuba izawusixaka.
FF plus? DA?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the lack of government funding for shelters and havens for AIDS orphans and babies and children who are HIV positive. Thank you.
EFF?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters, which is the government in waiting, that in its next sitting, the House debates the importance of training remedial educators in every public school to address the challenge of high dropout rates. Thank you.
Thank you. ANC?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates whether our banks are functionally to contribute to building and commercial business culture and fund proper business plan presented to them. I thank you.
COPE is not here. ACDP? ACDP is not here too. ANC? Switch your mic.
I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates retention of registered nurses in order to address the crisis facing South Africa's healthcare services. I thank you.
Thank you. AIC?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. On behalf of AIC, I hereby move that this House in its next sitting debates the plans to deal with the lack of discipline at our schools and communities. I so move. Thank you.
Agang SA? ANC?
I move on behalf of the ANC that it is next sit in the House debate embracing and promoting Agenda 2063 to reawaken the passion of Pan-Africanism, sense of unity, self-reliance, integration and solidarity that was a highlight of triumph in 20th century. So I move.
APC? Not the PAC? DA?
Ngiyabonga Sekela Somlomo. Ngiphakama egameni le-DA, the real government in waiting, to move that at its next sitting, this House debates the uncertain futures of several members of the executive and what this means for our fragile economy following recent maneuvers within the ANC to fire their own presidents. I so move.
ANC?
Which one? Sorry, Speaker. I'll read already. Thank you.
Honorable members, make up your mind. Let's.
No, there's still one, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Sorry. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in the next sitting, the House debates the usage of previously marginalized official languages in South African courts to accommodate all citizens. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, thank you very much. That concludes notices of motion and the business of the day. The House is adjourned.